Dun 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 dun. Hey, is your name Pete Shea on Google Plus as well, or is it not? There's a few there, and they don't look like what you look like here, so I don't know. That's already started. Are we moving? Yeah, if you want to. Is this still going? Looks like it is, isn't it? Maybe it'll shut off on its own in 5 minutes or something. That's how it works. Why don't I get out of there and type in the other one then? Huh. Ta-da. I'm still typing in the other one. Like, what the fuck, man? Okay, well, I invited a Pete Shea. Not sure if it was the right one. It was the one that wasn't a little kid. So if that's your name on G Plus, let me know. I mean, if not, let me know. I gotta go back and read them comments. Did he say something? Does anybody know? What's good? What's that? But thanks for letting me know that, Matt. I was kind of worried about that because I probably could have just did it from there then with that information, but. He'll give me 15 minutes. Did it take me 15 minutes? I don't know if it did. Maybe if I send the link to you via YouTube, how will that work? Let's see. Sorry about the initial part here. It just, I'm not the Mr. Hangout wizard. But what I will do is give us a little something to listen to for a second while I'm doing all that. No sense pretending, right? If you don't understand it, then beat it. Good morning, everybody. Hey, sorry for all the dead air. It's just that I already ranted. So it's obvious that I probably have not sent the right Pete Shea. Oh wait, I guess there's some comments here, and I'm all good. Never mind. Just wanted to basically, I'm good, man, but let's arrange it for another time if you want to stick to what you're doing. Oh, I didn't see that comment. So you're gone? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I thought we had you know, he said he wanted to have this discussion. He was going to explain. He has no problem explaining to me the full cult pendulum. What was I going to do? Say no, don't tell the world the truth. I give him the opportunity to come and tell me how important it is to you. It must not be that important. If it's, I mean, you're just running around, it's this, it's this, it's this, and then you have an opportunity to on air talk about it and you don't, then what is it? It's not important to you then. Damn. That's sad. I thought we had a discussion. But like I said, any other flat earth genius is definitely welcome. Only the most genius ones are welcome. I don't want to do discussions with people who, just debate with somebody who actually doesn't know either model. I don't want to do that. Man. So, man, thanks, guys. Silly. Did you get excited for a second? Like, oh shit, man, I did, because I thought, oh, well, hey, he seems pretty confident. Maybe I'll finally learn what their argument is against the full cult pendulum, because all I've seen is misrepresentations of the full cult pendulum as arguments against the full cult pendulum. So far, I've only seen that. I'm just like, come on, will you please explain to me? I won't ridicule you. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm the jackass, right? I mean, shit. So just please explain it to me. But then it's like, nah, you're a dummy. You're a stupid baller. You don't know nothing. I'm like, well, here I am actually using the mechanism of language to try and discover the issue you so vehemently say is true. So please tell me how it's true. Thank you. That's all I want. I mean, if I'm supposed to be not a sheep, then why would I just go with you because you say, oh, the globe is dumb. This is the right one. If I were to just follow suit. That's the epitome of being a wake up, guys. Talking about how we love people and what we're out here, with the truthers, and they're trying to love and everybody to love and everything. And then, except if you're a baller, no love. No, I mean, no, you actually do science, get out of here. You're accidentally being the Nazis. You're burning the books. You don't realize it. Metaphorically, you're burning the book. Some of you probably would burn the books. You're literally telling your children it's a flat earth and you don't even know. You didn't even graduate high school. That's sad. You can't do that. I mean, you can, but I mean, what's going to happen to your kids? They're going to be like, oh yeah, on the job interview. Yeah. And I believe the earth is flat. But like, oop, we found a great entry level at McDonald's for that kid. Get out of here. That's perfect for you. Pictures are on the cash register. You push for the large fry. There's a bigger fry next to that and an even bigger fry after that. You push. That's so silly. That'll be perfect for your kids, flat earthers, because that's all you need to do is find the button, push the color, ta-da. And I don't mean to be rude, but I'm being realistic. You guys aren't using physics or science in your explanations, and you're just using social ridicule for an ad hom in your toolbox. That's not right. And you talk about how you exploit other experiments. The Michael Morley experiment over and over again with this bullshit. How did they know how to detect ether in the first place? They don't. So it was just a hypothesis on how they might be able to do that. Not that, and they detected that there was a particular amount of the ether. It's like, wake up. You're using logical fallacies as your validators. Same with you fuckers in the sphere earth argument side too, though. Y'all do it too. And then one flat earther catches another one doing it, and it kind of a baller doing the same damn dumb shit. And then they go, oh, look, that adds validity to the flat earth argument. No, it doesn't. It just means there's another dumb sphere arguer and another dumb flat earther arguing together. It doesn't validate anything. Only thing it validates is neither one of them graduated high school with anything more than a general math education or some shit. And, you know, even those guys are figuring out that the earth is a sphere. So, I mean, I'm not trying to put anybody down by saying that. I'm saying shit. People without education can see the sunrise and the sunset. No, it doesn't shrink away as it moves off into the horizon. And no, magnification wouldn't keep it the same exact perfect circular size either. You'd be all distorted and shit. Every time, not just sometimes during, you know, over water, you know, with fucking water evaporation in the air at that level, very thick, you know, not that. That's like using the using the side effect as the main example. Like, this is the norm. It's like, no, that's the aberration. The fact that you can see farther is the aberration, not the norm. The hidden part of the, you know, the structure on the other side of the water over there, that's the norm. When you can see the whole thing, that's the aberration. That's the mirage. It's like you're saying you understand that it's because of density and stuff, but then you don't realize that, you know, colder days or more dense air, things like that are just kind of like supposed to be known, you know, like understood, like common sense. But first you have to understand first a good grasp on the basic physics, just basics. Silly. That's why people can fall for stupid shit like, not, and I'm not talking about flat earth now. I'm talking about, you know, people falling for gravitational lensing. That, oh, it's a confirmation of Einstein's theory. Poop. It's chromatic refraction, and it's easily explained and demonstrated. And as a matter of fact, Einstein rings are always blue. Gravitational waves in a gravitational wave theory, all of the light waves bend equally together. So they wouldn't be blue, they would be rainbow colored. It would be all the colors of the rainbow would be there, not just the blue. So it's almost as if there's an intentional watch the hand trick going on at every precipice. Like, right when we're about to understand something, swoosh, here comes the watch the hand, and it's where it's the distractionary look over here, take a left, get on my bus, go off the cliff mentality bullshit. You know, good example like Alex Jones, right? Yeah, a few years ago, he's telling you how all the elections are rigged and it's secret societies, and he didn't go into it real deep, but he does mention that. But then he backs out of that forever, and then the next thing you know, he's talking about, oh Lord Jesus, God in heaven, not real, you know, really, dude, pushing all that. Oh, go back on the Trump wagon. You know, it's good to vote again, back into the system that I told you already that was all fake. But see, now just forget I said that and vote. It's all good. Which Jesuit did you want me to vote for this year? Did anybody realize there was nothing more than Jesuits up there? I mean, people don't even consider that anymore as if it's an issue. It used to be an issue. Wow, you Bible thumpers should know that. Anyway. Hey, Ed. How's it going, brother? Depolarized sheeple. I like the name, but you just bleated in my ear. What's up, globetards? You know that's an oxymoron, right? All right. Oh, goodness, buddy. I thought you said you were going to show up for a debate. Anybody know any flat earthers that really want to get their point across? I would love to play. I still got a good half an hour to fuck around. You know what I'll do? You know what I want? I want to talk to Samson. Let's get this done. I'm going to go ahead and do a little flat earth research right in front of you guys. Let's see. Let's see here. Flat earth experiment. Fucking idiot. Let's go. Hey, what do we got? Just pick one here. How about that one? You guys are going to hate this. And, you know, I don't care. Aren't you tired of being lied to? You say you are all the time. You're tired of being lied to. Well, you're still being lied to when you're accepting the idea that the earth is flat. Flat. Let me slow it down for you a little bit. Matter of fact, let me go over what's happening here for everyone. What they're doing is, what you don't see in very many flat earth videos at all whatsoever, demonstrating exactly what the heights are of the targets that we are to be viewing. You see, here are your targets. There are their various heights right here under their Wikipedia article. Okay. 265 meters, 300 meters. The first two are the first number. Third one is at the second number. And the fourth one is at 250 meters. So that you can hear and see what we're talking about, you know. Here. You can see here. You also have the locations, just a little technical info. It says right there, pretty self-explanatory. And there's the location in Tel Aviv. It's over water from one place to another over water. You'll see. So you're gonna enjoy this because you have to, because you love the truth, right? And no matter what the outcome is, the truth you love. You say that, don't you? So it's time to love this video, kids. It's the truth. There's the perspective. He even goes as far as to make a 3D model for you. This is not the telescope view. Okay. This is how far most flat earthers get. This is CGI. Yeah, of course it's CGI now. Silly. This is him going the extra mile to make sure you understand what the objective is first. Which is very nice of him. Thank you very much, Alex, because it was very nice of you. And it really is not something you really had to do, brother, because, you know, it's it's already been done. But I mean, just to clear it up for them to go the extra mile, so they can't lie and say, oh, that's a lie, you're not telling the truth, or whatever, all the stuff, you know, that they like to try and tell. That's what they do. Oh, it's CGI, you weren't really there, you're using you're putting an image on your camera. They say all kinds of strange things. That's why I appreciate this video so much, is because he doesn't do these cutaways. He goes straight from his camera to looking at the target, to looking down and then into the telescope, all without cutting away. And then in one shot, he's already at the target. But then when he dismounts from the camera, he does the in the opposite direction, shows you that it's all one shot, not cutting away and dismounting from the camera. So there's not a lot of wiggle room for your excuses anymore, you flat earthers. I'm saying, quit your lying to yourselves. Quit your dogmatic, fanatical behaviors. You know, quit blocking and being rude to people who are just trying to help you, because that's what they're doing. Some of them may be just, you know, at sometimes, like myself, I'll go in and stroke my own ego, because it really feels good knowing that you're a lot smarter than a lot of other people. But I mean, those are selfish reasons. And I only do that because I get a little bit bitter with the way you fuckers been treating me. You know what I'm saying? And people like me. So. It's just a natural reaction. It's human. I don't mind admitting it. Watch the video, knucklehead. Talking about people are deviating. You're looking right through the telescope right now. Bullshit. Just because some jackass says it's CGI, you can't say, oh, this video has been shown to be a fake. Google's fucking screwing up. Give me a second. I'm going to rewind it so you can see exactly what it was again, because I think it started like looping or some shit. At least that's what it looked like on my end. So let me give you another shot at making your assertion. Okay, that's been debunked, huh? Say how it's been debunked. Just like tell me how Foucault's pendulum is debunked again, and please tell me it spins backwards during a lunar eclipse again. I would love that answer. It's ridiculously funny because it's a lie. Spins backwards. Oh, hey, how you doing, Tim? So because there's poor visibility, even though you can clearly see everything, and it's not elongated or stretched or warping or anything, even though you can clearly see it, and it's poor visibility, that's why he went at night and got you the lights, so you can actually have an exact marker to detect the level that they are at. You see that? That's what this is all about. The truth. You see how much hidden object there is of the object is hidden by the curve of the water. That's real, son. That's not lies. That's not CGI. That's not a joke. That's 43 miles. Instead of taking your little crappy, measurement at 6 miles, trying to detect, what, 24 inches of light of curvature on a rocky ocean and saying, oh, there's nothing, and then moving a camera in and out of zoom so that the resolution turns more than smaller than a pixel so that it disappears. You're a clown for that. For not thinking that they're tricking you when they're doing that shit. That's the level of stupidity that you're pretending to avoid. You're like swimming in it, like pig in shit. It's funny. Keep looking at the video that you're ignoring. So your argument is that all the evidence that is obvious evidence is fake. Like this is fake. You're saying that you can't reproduce that. Obviously, you're easily indoctrinated. If you let some flat earthers indoctrinate you, that's the easiest indoctrination of all. Are you kidding me? What's your view on vaccines? Anything that matters. What are your views on vaccines? And why do you have arguments about vaccines? What are your arguments? What are your arguments on GMOs? How about all of that? There's your eye level. I mean, this is all the kind of shit. You don't see this on your flat earth videos. Show me a flat earth video that actually does that. That what we're doing right here. You don't have any. Yep. You watched the video before. Oh my God. And you just offhandedly dismissed it then. Right? Oh, vaccines are good. Well, I knew there was a problem. You're one of those. Like, you think vaccines actually saved lives and cured people from polio and all this shit that the propagandists spewed all onto the public. And you say you're not easily indoctrinated. That's the whole point, man. You guys take people like me who study pleomorphism and the real germ theory of disease causation that's against what Louis Pasteur said. We got all the evidence. I mean, I've got dark microscopy. I've got live blood with Rife technology on a Harvard presentation that shows the mechanisms that we're talking about that do exist and that they don't teach in medical schools. So you're talking about wrecking by saying, oh, because not you personally, but people are like, oh, you're a shill and you're this and you're that. Who's left for me to shill for? I've attacked big pharma on every level. I attack government on every level. I attack big agri, big oil on every level. The biotech firms, the pharmaceutical industries, religions. Who's left? There's no one left for me to be shilling for, dude. So when you say, oh, you're a shill, man, because you're a baller and you don't know, and you're not, blah, and fucking all that, you're actually the result of the psyop working on you. Flat Earth is a psyop designed to distract and divide people from their momentum of being what they claim to have been, which was truthers. Man, y'all got to wake up to that stuff. Oh no, I'm here to be baited today. That's what this is all about. I usually, won't do it, but I'm like, yeah, I'll take all the bait. Give me whatever you got. All your arguments. Anybody's welcome. Try me. What's happening? You know what I mean? I didn't get to read that message. What did it say? Was it worth me reading? I usually don't erase messages. Just so you know next time. Unless I see it or don't like it and say something. Or if it's, the only automatic erases are like child porn crap or, any weird super stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, probably just to stop the trolling event. Not answering any questions, just avoiding everything. Okay, that makes sense. But there's explanations in here as to why, you know, why you get to the to the result that we're supposed to get to, and everything's fair. And they even put the refraction in there for you and put it in your favor. The refraction bends up, so it puts that in your straight favor, and you still have exactly the amount of curvature you're supposed to have. So it's like it's all in your face, and if you're ignoring it, this just because this is true, it doesn't mean NASA is not a liar. I want you to be clear. I want to make that clear. NASA is a liar. They didn't tell us about electricity in space, and they've been hiding it for a very long time, and now they're misrepresenting it as they're presenting little tidbits of it because we're pushing their data, but with our interpretation showing the electric nature of the universe and not the gravitational nature of the universe. So, I mean, there's a big difference. And that means all the textbooks are wrong. That means all the theories on mechanics, bioelectrical mechanics are wrong, because this is scalable science. All of those things interact together. All electricity and electric fields and biomechanics, and it's all part of bioelectrical mechanisms for our bodies and stuff as well. So you learn a whole bunch of new stuff when you start applying this actual physics to places that it was once not thought to be able to be. So this is one of the magics. See, they're still getting billions and billions of dollars for CERN technology crap, trying to look for Higgs boson particles and shit, lying to you guys, talking about God particles. So that way we can get the donations from the fanatics, talk about it as a God particle. They'll fund it. They'll might promote it. They'll get on board with paying that tax too. And then we can push fucking dark energy, dark matter, and tell them that we're finding new black holes and shit like that. So that keeps promoting the idea that they need to keep doing research for looking for dark matter and dark energy. And that's what they take the space program off the bucket, off the list, and go right into looking for theoretical shit that is ad hoc ideas to sustain a dogmatic and fanatical theory of relativity that observations have already proven time and time again to be incomplete or false altogether. How you like those apples? Thanks, dude. What's funny is you're like, too many wrenches in here. This must be an echo chamber. I've known all these people for years. I'm substantiated here. This is because I've known these people for years. GED Skeptic Media is the newest mod on my channel. Okay. And I've known him for over a year. And he just got mods today. So thank you for your incorrect assessment of my wrench system again. I mean, don't you guys ever get tired of being wrong? I mean, shit. That's some funny shit. You know, I grow some really good weed. If you guys are interested. The following here, let's just read this the way this is formatted, and you tell me within the first run-on sentence what's wrong here. The following clips were part of a test I done. Okay, thanks, Flat Earth. This is what high school doesn't get you. I'm sick of it, man. And then he's going to show you, I guarantee, something that's out of aperture, out of resolution, not over the horizon, just out of resolution, and then bring it into resolution as it's on the horizon and make it look like it's coming into view from over the horizon. That's called a banana trick. Look, it's always been there. It's not getting bigger. The bottom isn't getting more up. It's just never over the horizon. It never was yet. See that? That's a sad thing to do to people. Okay, that's a really sad thing to do. And I'm almost guaranteeing you he is up in the trees. Look at that. See, that's just a trick. That's just a sad little trick. And they all do it. They don't take targets like we just showed you, you know. And look, 9,800 views. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. And there's no like, where's your flat earth? Hey, flat earthers, where's your big discernment now? Oh yeah, everyone's so in agreement, right? The cult is in agreement. But it's not a fixed tower. He doesn't give you an explanation or a destination or height or anything that you should expect. He doesn't tell you the exact distance away from it, from the location. They don't do any of that, but that is what you accept as science. Do you understand where you're having a dogmatic problem now? Do you see how you're being hypocritical? You just tried to dissect the fuck. Not one of you said, oh, well, that's a hazy day out here to this one. Or, oh, that's CGI. You know why? Probably because you're dumb. No one can really tell you why. I'll be honest. But that's dumb. Just to put it out there like that. I don't mean to be rude, but goddamn, that's just dumb. And it's hypocritical as fuck. You sit there and you tear somebody else's shit apart that actually shows you all the stuff I showed you, all the distance and the heights and the, you know, even the exact height of the telescope that we were viewing from to the water level. You know, and that's not good enough. No, because that's science. Only the faith-based, dogmatic, fanatic shit is good enough. Do you realize that, guys? That's what you're doing? That is so weird. But you swear you're truthers. What is truther about you? What's truther about you? No one's even like coming up with the right argument against that either. It's ridiculous. It's like walking into a room full of flies. Just bzzz, bzzz. Like, don't expect to have a conversation with one of them. Yeah, that's some strange brew right there. Approaching vanishing point. No, you're approaching your resolution, your maximum 1 pixel of resolution point, stupid. It's not vanishing point. What do you mean vanishing point? The horizon is the vanishing point. It never moves. It's always the horizon is the vanishing point. There's never a different horizon no matter how you zoom in on it. That's called camera resolution. Look it up, knucklehead. And knuckleheads that are following this shit. Yeah. You can't always get your effect now, can you, buddy? That one's a little bit over the horizon. You couldn't zoom into that, could you? You didn't like that one much, so you're going to back out of that. Same amount of boat still visible. 5 foot should be obscured. Why? All right, how do you know 5 foot should be obscured? Did they tell you exactly what their location was on GPS as to how far you are from the point you're standing? No. So there's no way you could have done the math to tell us 5 foot should have been obscured. Do you guys understand what's going on here? This entertainment bullshit, they're just cashing in on flat earth dummies. I almost want to give him a thumbs up because he's got some interview dumbified with some of the dumbest stuff. There's no technical information. You have no idea, no reference for distance, but then he gives you numbers. You accepted those numbers? You thought there was supposed to be 5 foot obscured? What? You guys don't understand. That's just nuts. That's nonsense. I'm sorry. Anybody can tell you that. You're telling me that video is more technically sound than this video? Are you joking me? I didn't see you guys telling us where you were. I didn't see you pointing out to a fixed location either. Not something that's just floating around willy-nilly, so you don't really know how tall it is, or you don't have the, what is the manufacturer's code on that boat? How tall is that boat? How big is it? You know what I mean? You don't got any of that. And here you are dismissing this with all of that, with all the technical information you need to be able to make a proper assessment. You avoid. You realize that you're irrational there? You're irrational. Gotta love you though, huh? We gotta love you. That's where our tax dollars go. To the flat earth welfare recipients. I mean, because you can't hold down a job, not with that sort of logic. So I already know this is why my excuse for being here as much as on as I am is because I actually just grow cannabis for a living, so I don't have to you know be somewhere else all the time. You know what I mean? So I get to study a lot and learn a lot and see a lot of this stuff, this ridiculousness of flat Earth. And like I said, it'll be a perpetual cycle because when you start teaching your kids about flat Earth, they're going to get McDonald's jobs, especially when their bosses find out. But we gotta love them. We gotta love them though. Let's see. Oh, I clipped a little nug early because I've got some company coming over, and I wanted to give them a shot of some of my nugs, some of my new stuff. So I got a little bit, but it's preemie. But when you look at it, you're gonna be like, so what that it's a little bit preemie. Look at that. I'll show you a picture of it in a minute if I can find it. Aha. It's so dank. It smells so good. It's one of the best ones I've grown in a while. It's that a friend of mine from Spain, Mark, sent that, and it's a Warlock KwaZulu strain. It's really good. No seeds in that. No seeds at all. Oh, I see what you're talking about. what Tim said. Dread from You've Been Exposed has this little kid doing a flat Earth show now, Flat Earth Teens, where there's an animation of a female dancing in basically underwear. And it just gets weirder and weirder by the minute. Bring the kids in it. It's like appeal to emotions, plea to emotions, get my money, get money, donate to my cult, donate PayPal to me. You know, don't worry about those guys who actually do research. PayPal to me because I stroke your psychosis. I tell you you're right all the time. I won't argue with you. I'll tell you it's flat Earth. You know, that kind of shit. It's sad. They're just stroking your psychosis, guys. Flat Earthers for your pocket change. I know, but I swear this guy Pichet said he was basically a flat Earth genius. He was going to come in and straighten me out about Foucault's pendulum and all that business. I said, well, I'll shut down this show and let's come on get it, buddy. You know, right now, tell me what's up. I really would like to know. I've been honestly asking this question that I just cannot seem to get an answer for from anyone, from any flat earthers. I get answers, but they're not the ones that the flat earthers like. That's the problem. I thought we were truthers. There it used to be, researchers, truthers, investigators, truth seekers, whatever. Not dividing into little tiny groups of, are you this? Are you that? I mean, that's what the left-right dichotomy was designed to do. Now it's flat Earth, round Earth, and meanwhile the real arguments are being ignored again. What about the vaccines? You got. What about Come on. Yeah, well, like I said, I was going to give everyone a chance. Anyone who, because what that would be hypocritical of me not to, you know, not to extend the same amount of, you know, uh, hospitality. I'm extending a lot more hospitality because I'm actually inviting someone to come and please explain to me the flat Earth model at least once. One flat earther, anytime, just please come explain to me the model. And so we can have a discussion about everything that you just misrepresented to me in your attempt at explaining your model. Yes, I am taking the presupposition that you are incorrect before we ever get started, but don't worry about that. That's what a debate is all about, isn't it? And there's your favorite thing to say. Well, if you zoom in on it, more of the bottom will appear. Really? Show me how that's true. Here's that happening right now in front of your face. No matter what magnification you use, the same amount of target is obscured by the curvature. What is that? CGI? Is that a drawing or something? Is that fake? Is it? How many excuses can you make up? By the way, you can see the tilt. It's just you noticing it at that distance, a 0.5 of a degree. Is not for the human eye to notice, knucklehead. But you can measure the tilt. Architects have to work with that sometimes when they have to connect distance objects from further apart, like bridges and stuff, to skyscrapers. They got to do that kind of stuff because of it. So there you go. Observations over water from three different locations showed curvature that matched the calculations of Earth as a sphere with a radius of 6,371. What's your next argument? water doesn't bend? Is there a water doesn't bend arguer in the house? Water always maintains a level. Speak up in the chat there. You're not going to get kicked out. I promise. Unless you do something stupid. All right. Good morning. Mike Sky, 5D Mike. You're not a flat earther. I'm looking for a flat earther to explain to me their view on water not bending. We'll go over a video that shows water actually bends too after that. Just to rub it in. just kidding. Come on, no more Mr. Fucking Nice Guy. You guys asked for it. Where are they? They never fucking show up when they say they're gonna. Oh, you starting to hang out? I'll embarrass you. You come on with it. Blah 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 blah. Well, where? Why do you never do it? And all of you who are here now basically know that this isn't the first time I've extended this invitation to any flat earther to please come and explain to me their particularly useless model. Which one do you adhere to anyway? The one with the moon, the one without the moon, the one that the moon, the stars and planets are aberrations, or the one where they're just like scratches on the dome, or the one with the double dome, or the booby dome, or which one? I mean, because I can crush them all. Doesn't matter. Just claim one so that I can say, okay, now you have to admit you don't know what you're talking about. A lot of interesting stuff going on in the world of vaccines. And guess what? It's the same old stuff that we said that was going to be going on 5 years ago is going on right now. The cancer crap and using cancer cells to make more vaccines and getting new strains of baby to use for more vaccines. And so there's lots of crazy stuff going on that we already knew was going to go on. Some of this shit should allow for there to be a certain amount of validity to the words I'm speaking. Is like people who know that I've already been talking about how this stuff was going to happen 4 and 5 years ago, that's happening now with other people who are great minds like Lost Horizon, experimental vaccines, and people like that actually do research and don't, they don't mind talking about theoretical ideas, but they don't adhere to them without actual repeatable scientific method for the most part, in most cases. But just a time wasting trap. Yeah, it is. That's pretty true, as well as a lot of other things, but exactly. the booby dome. That's why the polar, and what is it called? In the booby dome theory, it's Nipolaris. And what else did I say in the other titty tassel? Titty tassel. The other rotation. I did just say titty tassel. Oh, sorry. Not sorry, but you know what I mean. Another fantastical theory. Oops, did I say tastical? Yep, delete in the chat. You got it, brother. And almost everybody in there agrees. And yeah, the Earth isn't a spinning ball. You're right. That's not what it is. It's not a spinning ball. Because you don't play catch with it. You don't throw it around. You don't do anything with it. It's not a ball. It's not a toy. You're right. It's a globe. It's a sphere. Or did you not know that? Or are you just trying to be funny and be ridiculish without having any kind of science in your pocket? Just a big bag of fucking ad hom again. Hi, John outside. Would you like to debate? Just kidding. I've read what you said. Yeah. Let's all move on, except for you're gonna say it's not. It's this. It's flat. It's not spinning. Focal pendulums don't exist. La 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 la. Right. That's CGI. That's not curvature. That's CGI. John outside, you just got here. Okay, but I just showed evidence that the Earth is curved. It was simple evidence too, and we compared it to some of the flat Earth evidences, and we saw that our curved Earth evidences actually showed the designation targets distances and heights. Okay, from the observer, which yours didn't, and it was not. It was nothing like that. You showed a boat that wasn't even over the horizon ever, and then it was out of resolution because of the camera, or our human sight too sometimes doesn't pick up small things like that, because it's not even a huge boat or anything. It's just a little boat trying to look at a little boat 6 miles away. Have you ever even looked at the Statue of Liberty from 1 mile away? It's very small already. And that's the Statue of friggin' Liberty. And it's small from 1 mile. And you tell me you've got a good grasp on visual on a boat that's 16 foot long from 6 miles away. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? You got to realize what's happening here is that camera is seeing that as 1 pixel or less, doesn't pick it up. So it looks like it's gone. When it comes back into horizon, it never comes up from below the horizon like you're saying it does. We can all see that it never does that. Okay? Never. It never does it. Not once. Ever. What do you have to say to that? I know everybody loves saying there's no such thing as a flat earth genius. Well, I didn't want to say chasing unicorns, so come on. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call it not a day, but I'm calling it the debate is over as far as I'm concerned with this guy who's not going to show up now, and stopped commenting and kept lurking in the comments but never commented again out of embarrassment for not showing up after saying all that stuff he was going to do. But he'll get me next time. That'll work. I'll be okay with that. I'm fine. He'll get me next time. So I'm going to invite some friends in if anybody wants to join and have a chit chat with me this morning before we wrap it up, since I got a little time. How about, I don't know how you feel about joining Lost Horizon, but there's an invite to you. Who else is in the chat that wants to join or that might want to join? I didn't ask her. Firecat, Ed Brooks, Matt. Let's see if we can get everybody in here for a sec. That's weird. Is that not your name on G+? That's it. I'm just going to do it this way. And you guys got 6 seconds to grab that. If you're grabbing it. Well, that was fun. I was excited for a second. I thought I was gonna have the guy was gonna come in and debate me, bud. Ed?
They're good at talking shit, but yeah, when it's time to come up and step up as a blatant bat, that that's all that they know is how to freaking trigger people. But when it comes to a sensible debate, oh well, yeah, I got excuses. I don't speak well English. Oh, my computer's glitching, the internet, something. It's pretty fucking sad.
It never stops, man. But
D- you
they're
know,
so adamant,
gr-
telling me how
gr-
wrong you are.
this this is what I've been waiting on ever since I've seen you throwing up live hangouts on YouTube. I'm like, even if the guy puts up one hell of a battle against you or a woman, it don't matter. I want to see somebody know some shit that's all for flat earth. And he brings up some great points. Or maybe he actually touches on something that maybe you've thought about or haven't thought about, and your brain's burning a little bit. But I would love to fucking see it. And
Me too.
I'm not
That's
seeing
exactly.
it whatsoever.
And me too. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And it's like, and you can go over to where they are and where they're claiming to allow a discussion, and you bring up information, and then they ad hom it. They never have a real explanation as to why they can dismiss it. They just dismiss it because they don't like it. Oh
Yeah.
no, the Foucault pendulum, that's debunked. Why? Because I don't like it. Because it proves stuff that I don't understand. It goes outside of my Mickey Mouse wind up fucking toy brain. So
Or it's the same it's the same Ferris wheel of excuses. Well, how do I know it's not CGI'd or some kind
because
of
you can go to
lens
it
or
exactly
yeah,
because there's probably one in your city. There's one in Sacramento. There's one fucking. There's always one nearby. Usually,
yeah,
people can go to them. They're not always, but I mean, there's many of them, and they're located in specific locations around the globe that you can actually tell by their longitude and latitudes exactly what rotation of spin you would expect for the sphere at a 6,370 something kilometer circumference. I mean, so it proves so many different things down to the detail that to ignore it and say no, that doesn't exist. It's funny. And the first argument I heard against it, Ed, was that they said during the Alias effect, during a lunar eclipse, it's been observed that it spins backwards, so that debunks it. And I was like, this the first time I heard that, I was like, whoa, spins backwards. I didn't even know that. Shit, I gotta look that up. I mean, I feel like a jackass. Some guy just told me with pure confidence, looked me right in the face, and lied to me and told me it spun backwards. After I did the research, and I was like, no, it slowed down 1/2000th of a rotation, which you can't even recognize with the human eye at all. And that could be attributed to any one of the numerous gravitational effects from lining up the moon and the sun together. It has nothing to do with, what we're always seeing at a normal time every day. Then with
yeah,
some like they try to claim that the mirage, just like the solar eclipse, is the norm, and then the norm is the opposite. And that's like no, the every day when it normally happens is the norm, and we spin it, and you can't tell when that spins. And you took the word anomaly and thought and took it and just turned it all the way into reverses its rotation. I mean, that's a flat out lie.
yeah.
Nowhere in that shit did it ever say that. That
When
it
when
ever
did that
reverses
guy
rotation.
when did that guy say that to you on a live hangout?
No, probably not. They never
But
argue with me on live hangouts. It's always
right,
like some backroom alley where they can try an argument out on me and find out it doesn't work and then pre-ban me from all the shows ahead of time.
yeah. Or I notice what they'll do is they'll take you from old hangouts, on YouTube that you had, and you got into it with somebody, and then they'll rerun that and say you can't even civilly debate with this guy. He's a freaking maniac. He's an egotistical da 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 da. And I was like, wow, really? Like for the people that actually consistently have kept up with him and his friends, yeah, we know how they are. We may not agree on every, subject, but for the most part, no, they're real fucking true-hearted people. Like, you know, it's a rope-a-dope job. Because for new people coming in, especially flat earthers, they're not going to know any better. And are they going to take the time or patience to actually look at your guys' Google account or YouTube, look at the whatever you want to call it, the truth, your information that you have put out? You know, you, Deb, and Kenny have had so many great hangouts in the past. That's why, I don't doubt any of you three whatsoever. So you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
People
I
are just,
appreciate your kind words too, because I mean, we don't always get them. We have to, we have to
yeah,
give them to each other when we deserve them. Hi, Debbie. There you are.
That's the most interesting aspect of this, is that the people who Grim and others the worst time on this stuff, you go to their G Plus page and you don't see that they do any research at all.
Oh.
It's,
and they'll be carrying around,
I mean, at least
them groups and followings and things like that. And it's like, where did they come from? Who are these people really? Why did they want to claim to be truthers and then have this kind of mentality? Because we know that's not what a truther is. So is it because to be part of the group or something that you'll say yeah to anything? And I don't understand, because
I think some people are
doing the observations. I mean, that's just flat earth. I mean, that's a simple subject for me. That's like, come on, guys, for real. We're talking about plasma cosmology and fucking the origins of all modern religions and, theoretical aspects of the internal designs of world affairs and shit like that. And you're stuck on like flat earth? Like, really?
This is how we evolve.
Yeah. I think honestly, I mean, there is a part of me I do. I feel empathetic for people like so. My heart goes out to them because I'm assuming, hey, I try to keep an open mind and go, maybe they're just really lonely people. Maybe they've always been the loner outcast and they want to cling to something, some kind of, like we're saying, either a cult or a following. And it's like, well, I don't know if the earth is really flat or not, but they're like my brothers and sisters. They got my back. So if they ask me to go in and troll somebody's channel, hey, I'm a part of something now. I'm big, I'm bad, and it empowers them. But it's like, come on, guys, really? If you're about, showing love and exposing the truth, then it's not about that. It's not about,
That was the most obvious thing we saw in the developments this year, was that instead of focusing on better arguments and that sort of thing, they had flat earth art fairs, flat earth t-shirts. It's all, yeah, exactly.
Lots of flat earth fundraisers. I don't think there's one flat earther out there that has a big channel. Maybe there's one, but I'm saying that they're all sitting there rope-a-doping, the PayPal issue, if you want me to be able to get more flat earth info out there, then, you need to, help support my channel and blah, blah, blah. And if anybody's ever known me, you're going to say I got fucked up reasons for being out here and shit. And I say, if you want to donate to my channel, you feed a homeless person nearest you.
Or send a care package or something. Yeah, exactly.
Right? In their agenda for their personal, they need more because they can afford their own internet or something. You pay for it for me, mommy. I'm not your fucking mommy.
Hey, I thought of a couple of flat earthers. Like when you have this hangout going live right now, I was going to tag their name in it or send it to them privately. But it's like, I don't want to stir up shit, and then I don't want them. And if they have, a big following or trolls, huh?
I said, this is the hangout for it right now. There's no kids here right now. The old lady's gone. I can yell at people and act as stupid and crazy as I want on the internet. Nobody will judge me except for my friends on the internet.
Yeah. Well, I know you said earlier, you're like, well, I got some peeps coming over and I'm going to share some nugs with them. And I thought you said you only had 30 minutes. So I was like, well, it's crunch time. He's got to get this going.
Well, being a medicinal cannabis, supplier, the customer's not usually here long. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. And it's all legal, right? They have their
I would be online talking about it if it wasn't. Hell no,
no,
I'm a gangster.
no. What I mean is, like, I mean, it's all legal there in Cali. It what they have their cards, and then you're a licensed distributor, and you'll be like, what would you like? You got to get the paper bag with the receipt and staple it, right, and off they go.
Basically, it's a little
That's
more
cool.
to it, but that's about it. But a little more to it. But definitely.
Okay. Did you get that a link or information? I sent it to you, Debbie, and Kenny.
Oh, I don't know where Kenny is. Oh, I didn't even invite him yet. Stupid. Oh, you know what? I think he's at work or getting ready for work or something.
No, I mean, did you get the information I sent to all three of you? I know Debbie did, and she responded to it. And I was like, it would be great if you and Graham and or Kenny could research it a little more and then do a hangout or a show about it. Because, I mean, it seems pretty serious, right, Deb?
Are you talking about? You're talking about the fetal stem cells in the food thing. Is that what you're talking about, Ed?
Remember the one I recently showed you where after the woman gives birth, they're going to cut the umbilical cord and put GMO genes in it?
Remember when I mentioned the beetle wings and the strawberries 5 years ago when we first got online? and it was that I heard that from my uncle, who was in a room with a bunch of lawyers partying, and he heard stuff like that before. He was a musician.
That's where you hear a lot of that stuff.
He was
yeah.
a drummer, and the drummer ends up in places where, you know, the elite may be in a lot of cases.
Right. Okay.
He got to hear things he just really wasn't a part of, but it was got to listen to.
I used to play drums for 14 years. Believe me, it's amazing. It doesn't matter. It's like, you know, you become so muscle memory that you can snoop around the room while you're playing a set and hone in on people's conversations as long as the bar or the place wasn't too loud. And people don't realize that. They think, oh, you're all, you know, one with your instrument. Yeah, exactly.
You're maxed out mentally. You can't think of anything else because it's so difficult for them to go.
Right.
You know, and try to think of something else that's going on. You know, chewing gum and tying shoes at the same time.
Well, okay, now are you talking about that article about this new treatment for leukemia?
Well, the one I recently sent to you the other day, and you got all excited about it. You're like, "This is serious, Ed. This is another example of big pharma pushing." Yeah, but I mean, to me, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know how many people will sign up for this. Mothers giving babies, but I mean, we're talking about changing the DNA sequence code of humanity plus depopulation.
This is part of this new gene therapy approach. But this thing got an immediate recommendation for approval from the FDA. And blatantly in the write-up on it, it says they're going in and permanently altering in such a way where it will kill off more of the leukemia cancer cells. But they openly admit that, oh yeah, it also kills off other cells. And they're permanently changing a gene in a T cell. You're gonna live with this for whatever the rest of your life is. And they've only got like 5 years of data on this, and they went and approved it. Yeah.
I mean, from what I remember is they're fucking with your T cells, your immunity cells. But what they're going to do is they're going to strip out your white blood cells and replace them with genetically modified cells. Yeah, that sounds great. I want to sign me up.
Oh shit!
It's incredible that people will, like, when you've got a child that's got leukemia and it's like they got you over a barrel. And if they haven't studied up on these things and what can go wrong with big pharma, it's like they think they don't have any other choice. It's really a horrific development to my way of thinking. And to me, it's another one of those developments that you can see they're doing it because they know chemo. They admitted that chemo is way too toxic, right in the article. First time I ever saw Big Pharma actually admit that openly. Come up with all these better things. Yeah. I mean, we knew they were going to do this. We're going to push, take it as an opportunity to do even more devastating things to you. Just like the idea where a new global government wants to come in and save you from your national government. Same thing here. A new, more horrific procedure is put in to save you from their other horrific procedure. Yeah. Same thing. Let me put this article in the chat so if they want to check it out.
Yeah, I didn't get as many responses off that the YouTube video that I shared on G+, but the ones that saw it, not all. I'd say about 4 people that commented. Two freaked out and took it pretty serious. Like, holy shit, wasn't aware of this. And the other kind of 2 were like, yeah, so. But again, I kind of. I have the same way of thinking about it. Like, I've heard Grimm say in the past too, hey, it doesn't matter. You share the information, it goes out to 300 people. If you could get one person interested and they help support trying to, whatever, wake up others, help spread the information.
Well, the bottom line is it's not like we don't know of other things.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying that. Yeah.
Help people. You know what I'm saying? It's not like we don't have solutions to these horrific conditions. We know what causes them. And, go back to a more natural way of living and not.
Yeah.
No, okay. I'm sorry. And then, of course, if you need immediate treatment, cannabis oil and any number of other things. We know of other ways to deal with these things that they will never push out there. The medical community will never even discuss them with people when their loved ones come down with these conditions.
I hate to see it and I hate to admit it, and I'm sure everybody on this panel could agree with me right now. They're basically, they're waiting for the old school generations to kick the bucket, and they're hoping that, the ones that had children or grandchildren, they're teaching their grandchildren, hey, hold on to my thought processes of lineage. Like, you question everything all the time. Don't believe everything, the grade school teacher is telling you. Well, then, what I'm saying, to a certain age, you don't want to freak them out. But at the same time, it's like, tell them certain basic principles, keep questioning everything, do your own research. It's okay to absorb information, but don't take it, state, federal level, government, whatever they'll have, digital, 3D, 4D TVs by then, or Oculus Rift. Don't, believe and get ingrained in your head program that everything that, the internet is telling you is completely true. Do your own research, right?
It's that old, they're waiting for people where there's less of the us that will say, you always question authority.
Yes. Yeah, it's like they're trying. It's like they're trying to reinvent the wheel. With whatever technology, with cures for cancer, supposedly. With I don't know, ways of thinking. And what they're trying to do, in my opinion, they're reinventing the wheel, but unfortunately, they're taking all the homeopathic, all the naturopathic, all the organic, Indian medicines, herbals, whatever. They're taking all that and throwing it, or want it thrown out of the door, and they go, oh, but we have this new genetically modified version. This is the greatest tech thing. Come on.
They patent that exact shit. And then they take it into the concentrates, relabel it as a class A drug or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
And then really it's not the extract anymore. It's called placebian.
Well, and what's really disgusting is that when they rewrote the laws on that late last year, all a big pharma company has to do is file an intent to research.
Yeah, exactly.
Countries come
And
up
then
with
all of a sudden, regulations are imposed.
and then you can't get then you can't get a concentrate for that fruit or that herb or whatever.
So this has got to stop.
Well, that's bullshit.
The fact that they think
Oh,
it's
yeah.
even allowed in the first place, we got to stop it. It's like when you don't put a bully in his place, he keeps on pushing and pushing and pushing. So you got to put him back in his place. Eventually, we have to actually put the bullies back in their place and tell them, get your fucking hands off my cannabis, get your hands off my family and my health, get your hands off my money, get your fucking eyes off my ass, and mind your business. Matter of fact, shrink, and then watch the government shrink, because it's supposed to shrink. It's not supposed to be this big. How do we sustain a government this big? It's not even economically viable. It's stupid.
Well, and you know, I mean, certainly you have to stand up to it, but more importantly, you have to just keep doing it. Because if like half the population just turns their back on it, it's like, there is no way, that's ill in a moral law. I'm not going to pay attention to you. They haven't, they know that they have to get you to, of your own will, to back off, because they can't stop billions of people from going on and still doing the natural things they want to do. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly why they attack the educational institutions with dogmatic teachings, because then it's your idea to be stupid. At the end of the day, you came up with the decision to be the dumbass to yourself.
Mm-hmm. They want you to voluntarily give up the fight. That's it.
Yeah.
So take a lesson from that, flat earthers.
I forgot we were still live here. I thought it was private. No, that's all right.
I forget all the time.
Well, you said what needed to be said.
I wasn't paying attention to the top left portion of my screen. It's all good. It's all good.
I was having a mental block. I mean, I studied that for years. What was the name of that program that started all this bull about making it, eventually trying to eliminate all nutritional supplements and that? Oh, God.
Codex Alimentarius?
Yes.
I would call it Food and Drug Administration.
The first bill proposed or objective is called the Codex Alimentarius.
Right. That's how it started. Well, that's how it started internationally. Marching orders was then brought down to each separate nation. And then what the FDA has done since then is adopted their own new regulations on this. Yes. But that was the blueprint for it. Codex Alimentarius. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
kind of
in the chat.
Sorry, waiting to see about the FDA cracking down more on CBD oil, where they're basically going to control that market.
Well, you know what's funny on that front, on hemp oil itself, CBD, they tried initially this year.
Yeah.
To really, they contacted a lot of the major producers of it, and then they got such a lashback. Then those producers let everyone know that, hey, they backed off. So it's kind of like in a tug of war right now. Yeah.
Yeah, because the vape shop that I go to for my vape, and then, every once in a while I get those little slim CBD cartridges. I'll get maybe one if I'm lucky at the end of the week, because the stuff's pretty pricey, but it relieves my neck and back pain after kicking my own ass at the gym all week. And I love this stuff, but they were telling me so many months back, the FDA was trying to,
I know.
regulate and
no damage to the liver from using it. I mean, completely beneficial, especially at vaping. You're not even actually smoking any of the carbon particulates and that would cause you the problem. So it's really kind of a weird thing for them to think they can put their hands on, and for anyone to accept it right now is dangerous. Don't accept it.
Well, that was just said. They you know what? They waited too long to try to crack down, because already millions of people had started to order and liked the effect of, 5 drops of 1,000 milligrams CBD oil in a glass of water.
I bet when the I sorry to interrupt you, but it's just to add to what you're saying. But I bet when the first lawsuit popped up for $100 million, because that was the projected view of someone's income, and they're reporting loss of income because of fault of government, they said, and then 10 more backed up into that. Like people, I'm just saying,
Mm-hmm.
to also scare them with that kind of thing. But
I
you gotta
think
have
what they're
enough
doing
people
now is
to have
just
one.
oh, go ahead.
We're together. Go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay. I think my suspicion is they realize that too many people know, especially when it comes to simple CBD oil, they know the benefits of it. And as I said, millions of users are already out there, and there's also so many commercial manufacturers of it now. And I think I think when they backed off, what they're doing is they're figuring we got to do propaganda about, like, try to make it sound like there's something that could hurt you in it. We got to do some work first and get people to voluntarily not want to buy it as much, because they realize they can't just go, they don't have the force at this point, want to back off on their use of it. But it'll be interesting if that's correct. If you start seeing more phony articles about, oh, but now we found out this is bad or that is bad or something like that, to see if they're going to try to propagandize people out of even wanting it.
Yeah, condition you out of expecting it that it should even be there. Just like when those theories about how everybody's got a theory about JFK and stuff, except for you hear all these opposing theories and stuff, but they all end up the same shit. Instead of maybe he didn't get killed. Maybe it was just a way for the elite to trick the population into never expecting another one of their so-called leaders to stand up against the monetary system.
Mm-hmm.
You're conditioned.
It's very possible.
And every day you get reminded about reconditioned.
There is no way we can prove one way or the other. We don't have access to things. We need to prove to ourselves what really happened. Yes, yeah. But like you said, the one thing that I always thought was a little funny about that whole incident was, there clearly had been for some time completely bought up by the elites. Okay.
Yeah.
It just didn't make a lot of sense that they would go so much against it.
Yeah, you're not going to be in that position in the first place if you were going to do that without it being by design.
Mm-hmm.
It's like roll out the script, talk about it. The people back then, they were aware of those secret societies. That's why it wasn't like today when you mention it, it would be like, oh, because the population forgot about that they actually exist even.
Yeah.
But back then it was well commonly known that these motherfuckers were doing this type of stuff and to keep an eye out. And that's why there were checks and balances in place. That's why the U.S. government was formed the way it was formed. Even there was all those ideas of why we should know that. And now it's one world, fucking government, one government. No one knows the difference between the feds and the state. Everything's a wish-wash because all the checks and balances are gone. But they're not gone. Your rationale has allowed them to be gone. You've not expected them anymore because you don't know the difference anymore. Some people, right?
Well, there's lots of ways they one generation after another to become less critical, less involved, less looking over their shoulder. I think part of the biggest way they did that made more and more and more people dependent in one way or another on the state. The power that can have. If money you're depending on to live on is coming from that entity, you're not going to rock as much of a boat, even though you may see a few things.
That's right.
But think about that back in the 1800s with all the homesteads and all that. They weren't dependent on anybody. They were dependent on themselves only. So when they saw some government entity coming into their land, trying to push their will on one way or another, they were pure skeptic. It's like, what the heck are you doing here? Yeah. But they had a foundation. They were creating from their own labor and their own brains what they needed to survive on. They didn't need those people. It was obvious that something, that these people had another agenda. It's not so. People are just more conditioned now not to take a chance and stand up against it.
Heard that. I just stick to those simple principles that try to run everything through the filter of what if it's all controlled opposition? Then who's the beneficiary, and why does this all make more sense than the standard story?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
That's what
When you look, when you finally accept the idea that this level of control has evolved and now exists, and then you start to look back at all the individual cases of things you know, now the pieces start to fit.
Yeah,
it's the only thing where as much is explained. Yeah,
it's the only working model, really. You know.
Yeah. But besides which, we see it once you consider the possibility, then you look at everything that you read and hear every day, and it's like, oh my God, it's so obvious. It's so obvious.
Just like with the flat Earth. I mean, flat Earth. Oh my God. Just like with that plasma cosmology, electric universe. You know.
Oh my
it's
God,
like,
does that explain
once they
things
described the Birkeland current to me, I started applying that shit to local systems that I haven't heard, that they haven't talked about yet.
Yeah.
Like the orbital mechanics of the moon and things like that. And even, you know, as far as talking about the, you know, so-called polar flips. Remember, that was a big deal. And I was like, holy shit, that explains, that's two different things I've come up, you know, in my, anyway. So that kind of shit right there is not being applied yet. Well, I guess it is now, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Oh, they're not?
No, they're still talking polar flips. Yeah.
So still, it's
well,
that's
Wall doesn't. He talks about only migration, but others in the EU still use that terminology from time to time.
wow. So it's really, it's kind of sad that even though they're at the level they're at, where they are, they're still not at the level where they're using application of the theory.
They're not using the full implications of it. Yeah. And I mean, looking also at, my God, this explains things even at the subatomic level better.
Which they are getting into on that maybe next year, I think, or something.
Yeah, in a smaller way. But I mean, I've seen other write-ups where they're really looking deeply at the very, you know, like almost level of the ether type of thing, but from the implication of the EU and these little tiny, in other words, scale it down to the atom.
Right.
Let's talk about what a little Birkeland current would look like. Yeah.
Yeah. Illusion shattered. Take care. Exactly. Agreed. I mean, break it down. It's scalable. Remember, as soon as I heard that through the Anthony Peratt presentation, I was like, oh my goodness, it's scalable.
Well, and everything. The idea of a little tiny plasmoid giving the illusion of a particle makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. All it's full of is an electromagnetic field. That's solid. That's the solid matter. And then the electromagnetic field on electromagnetic field on electromagnetic field. And eventually what you think you have is like a rock.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty neat, actually. And the way that the field will sustain itself to stabilize into being the material that actually makes up that rock or animal or creature or whatever. Yes. That's incredible. And that new presentation you showed me from Southern California, what was that? Anyway, it showed, I'll just give it a breakdown. It showed the simplistic pattern approaching what is seemingly would be called a divine pattern through repetition, which is like amazing. It goes to prove exactly, or not prove, but substantiate the idea that I was promoting as, you know, the ether being of a small pattern, and then it keeps on.
Yeah, you're talking, right. You're talking about where it's an ever-changing. It's like a pattern, a bubble pattern. Embedded within because of the different frequencies, you get these geometric. Looks like geometric shape, but it's like bubbles within bubble pattern, and they're ever oscillating and changing in shape, in their shape and form. Yeah.
Right, but just recently, remember the the presentation you handed me? It
I'm trying to
was
remember.
it was a long presentation in about an hour and a half or something, and it was the man was talking about a computer simulation where he showed how simple
Oh,
a pattern, a simple, very simple pattern repeated over and over again can make what is seemingly
yeah.
a divine concept of a divine authority, a divine, an intelligent design, right? But that goes
Yeah. What that
exactly with
was.
all the stuff I've been teaching since day one out here on YouTube. When I've been talking about how in the beginning there was the word, that's the vibration. It's all simplistic. There was the father, the pattern. They're talking about a simple pattern repeated over and over again to make a complex divine theory, and that's exactly concept. And that's
That's
exactly
the
what this
principle.
shit is. And he
Right.
explained that.
That's the principle, that you can start with some very simple rules, and yet you can come up with what looks like chaos and a chaotic pattern that's not repeatable, just by applying those very small number of simple rules. You can come up with all the complexity that you see. Yeah,
Right.
that's the author of Mathematica. I forget what his name is. He developed an actual mathematical version to show this, and that's why I thought you would enjoy it, because it was very consistent with ways you were viewing other aspects of what's the very small. Yeah.
Well, we were sitting around and doing what we do sometimes and have thought experiments, and these things are stuff that I didn't hear from other people. I like to make an assertion, and see how close I am to other people's theories sometimes. And
Mm-hmm.
a lot of this was, remember, this was assertions that I had made. That's why I get all excited about it, because it's like, look at this, supports an assertion that I've made, you know,
Mm-hmm.
or a thought
Well,
experiment that I was working on, and didn't have an answer
mhm.
for yet or something. This explains it. Things like that.
Well, it does seem like whenever somebody discovers a new way of looking something that's very basic, and they work it out to its full implications, you'll always find something of value in that. Okay. I mean, there's going to be a piece of truth in that. It's going to apply in some way, shape, or form. So if your own thoughts are also, you're trying to understand the very basic construct of things, and you really thought it out well, okay, and there's a sense of it that you're going to find out there. You're going to see something of value in what that person has done. Yeah. The real trick is, how to find a way to place it into your own construct, how to make it work for you. Yeah.
Yeah. And what's even funner is when you actually make the idea up before you ever even hear the guy. And then you hear the
Mm-hmm.
guy actually did a computer model that actually represents the idea that you were making up. And which is what
It's
happened.
kind of like, it's also like an example of synchronicity, isn't it? I mean, a little bit.
Well, yeah, it could be. I mean, or it
Mm-hmm.
could be that he, somehow.
People thinking along similar lines, but it expresses itself differently based on their backgrounds.
Yeah, but don't take away from the guy who like didn't hear the theory yet and then also came up with the theory just because it was a couple days or weeks or months later than the other guy, right? Because he's
Oh
also,
no, nobody. Yeah,
yeah,
nobody's taken away from anybody
got
here, and
there
that's the beauty of synchronicity. Yeah.
and he gets there from his own way and it's still there
Mm-hmm.
where he's at, right? That's kind of a different thing. So especially if like a guy like that has been in college to be, uh, with multiple master's degrees and all of this kind of stuff. And then the other guy, he's like, got a basic degree and a minor in here and there, but that's it, right? And there's no reason for him to have been able to, through his research or schooling or
Well,
whatever,
no, that's the
to be able
beauty
to
of it.
reach those approaches that this guy, right?
That's the beauty of it. The person that didn't have as many tools to work with can feel really good about, finding someone who had all those tools and then showed the same thing, more or less, in their own way that you were thinking of. Mm-hmm. It's a reason to feel very good about that you didn't even need those tools to necessarily understand some very basic ideas.
All right, so there's the link to P. Shea, who's finally returned. I guess he's Googled the the hell out of his argument, so he's going to try it now.
Oh, Lord.
Do-do-do-do,
I think he's in there, but he's hidden.
What's going on?
Oh, okay. I can see it now. All right.
Hey,
All
hey,
right.
that's better. How you doing? How you doing?
Hey, Pete Shea, welcome to my hangout here. Let's talk about the flat Earth.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I heard you before with talking to Ice, having a little bit of a tete-a-tete with him, but now everything I've heard from you sounds reasonable, and that's what we're all about, is asking questions to sort of take us towards a better grasp on truth, you know, and reality. So I definitely won't condemn anyone for that, or for having a particular point of view as well. Absolutely, as long as they, you know, they have a reasonable
Right, I can
approach to
respect
that.
that. Yeah, I can respect that. You know, it gets weird in a comment section because I can't read your momentum. You know, your the attitude and whatnot, and a lot of the same repeated arguments I've heard, and you know, without, and I don't get an explanation. So I'm excited to hear what it is that's what the argument is against full cult pendulum.
Well, okay. And I'd say hi to everyone else as well. I don't mean to be sort of come in and take over, but one of my thought experiments regarding Foucault's pendulum. Of course, there is controversy regarding it. You have to deal with all controversy. If you're an honest investigator, you have to take the good with the bad. Let me just say the likes of Jeremy and Jim Panda, who did an excellent movie about the moon landings, which is fine enough, but he didn't take in all the anomalies that were associated with the narrative as well. So then you only have half the story, and you're only pushing half the story. Regarding the Foucault's pendulum, yeah, there's a lot of controversy, as you know.
Not quite as much as you would say, but go ahead.
Right. Well, as okay, where I stand on that myself, there's a few different variables that have to be taken into account regarding Foucault's pendulum, and they don't seem to be taken into account. My thought experiment to you is
It's
transfer the
Foucault.
my thought experiment briefly is just transfer the Foucault's pendulum underwater, and have that pendulum cleave its way through the water.
Well, that's a completely different. Yeah, that's a completely different system right there. Now you've got
right. It's a thought experiment, right? It's a thought experiment. So
I hear
what we're
you.
looking
I'm
for.
sorry.
But no, what we're looking for is the variables here. What could affect, and the reason and it's a thought experiment that attaches to reality as well, because we know air is 1,000 times or close to that less dense than water. So we are dealing with these type of effects. But if you can just in your mind's eye envisage that pendulum swinging through water, ask yourself what the variables would be. As that pendulum cleaves its way through the water, as it's making its return swing, the water will be looking to find the balance and equilibrium. So that is going to potentially throw off the natural swing of the pendulum itself. Now, you might say, okay, you can't apply that to water, and I agree with you, but if we think that air is 1,000 times less dense than water, so there still is a medium for it, which is being disturbed with the flow of the pendulum. So that's one point. And I'm sure you can accept that. That has to be taken into account as a variable.
We also have the mathematics for the aerodynamics on a sphere, equal sides on all pressure. So you're not going to have any differential in directional change. There you go. let's close that into the argument up. Moving on.
Well, immediately you introduced the mathematics for a sphere as if this was pertaining to reality in some proven sense. When of
What do
course
you mean?
it has.
Foucault's pendulum sphere is a sphere. It's not shaped in one particular arrow direction or another so that it will go one direction or another. It is in a shape of a sphere, the pendulum. That's why it has the equal air pressure on all sides and will not change directions.
Well, okay, that's fair enough.
Due to the density of the air.
It would have to be perfectly manufactured. One moment, please. One moment.
Which, since it is a precision instrument, that it is perfectly manufactured intentionally for that.
No. Well, I mean, I accept that, but I'm not particularly talking about that. Again, if you transfer the experiment to water, that sphere, that focal sphere will cleave a path. It will cleave a path through the water, and as it's making its return swing, that water will be trying to find a balance and an equilibrium, and that will disturb necessarily the flow. Even if it's a minuscule amount, it will disturb the natural path in a non-resistance environment. So that's one aspect. You have to get the engineering exactly right if you're going to describe a sphere in that sense. Then you have the pivotal points. These are also influencing factors in terms of what we see.
Exactly.
So it is problematic. It is problematic.
That's why they're all precisionally tuned to be non-biased to any particular direction. So any outside force could alter the movement of the pendulum. That's why the pendulum is altered, because an outside force does alter the pendulum. And that outside force is the rotation of the planet. And the funny thing is the pendulums exist in many different locations with respect to the latitude and longitude of the particular rotational amount of the or the rotation, the amount of the rotation that's involved. Excuse me.
Well, that's fair enough, but there are problems associated. This is not a universally agreed thing. You have to take the good with the bad. How have you dealt with the objections that have been put forward?
Well, first off, the first objection I've heard was that it's there's the anomalous effect called the alias effect. Right. And that's during a solar eclipse. There was an effect reported as an anomalous. Alleged anomalous behavior of pendulums and gravimeters, which is sometimes purportedly observed during a solar eclipse. The effect was first reported as an anomalous precession of the plane of oscillation of the Foucault pendulum during the solar eclipse of 1954, June 30th. Okay, so this is like the and then what I heard was from the person who's telling me about it said that it makes the pendulum spin backwards. So I thought, when I heard that, I went, wow, I didn't know that. I mean, I better go check that out, since that's the kind of guy I am, instead of just going, bullshit. Yeah, I said, I got to go check this out. And because it spins backwards, there might be some, because I was thinking in the electric universe, there might be some effect to it being, an electrical effect or whatever. But or not. I didn't know. I just wanted to see what kind of, it never says anywhere, but anyone's tests or theories or observations that it spins backwards. That was just a made up ad hoc idea from somebody who truly just had to be a flat earth. Argument. It just had to say, it's flat because, or whatever their reasons are. And they make up lies in order to sustain their little ego trips. Those are lies. So when I really looked into it, the best we could find was that there was a 1/2000th of a degree of a rotational, and over the past 30 years, they haven't, with better technology, they haven't actually been able to find any of those problems with what they're looking for. So that's what's funny here, is that it's like they conclude there have been no unambiguous detections of an alias effect within the past 30 years, when consciousness of the importance of experimental controls was more widespread. And I end that quote. So this is something we gotta be aware of, that just because there is an avenue of research doesn't mean that once we get the answer we like, we stop at that avenue of research, because that's what flat earthers are doing. They're playing their favorite record or song on the record over and over again, not playing the whole record. So they really don't have an idea of what the artist's intentions were in that record.
Well, that's fair enough. You tend to you just seemingly tend to group all flat earthers into a big band, whereas I'm an individual. I'm an
Oh,
honest.
I've dealt with all. If you identify yourself with the shape of the Earth and you're a flat earther, then you've grouped yourself. I didn't have to group you even. I didn't do it.
How would you describe yourself if you're not a flat earther?
A truth seeker.
Okay, I would say the same. So you labeled me as a flat earther, didn't you?
Well, no, you said you were a flat earther. Remember? We went
Well,
over that several times, and then you're like a baller, and I'm flat earther, and it's funny, but
well,
whatever.
But you just made sweeping statements about flat earthers there. So you jumped
It's
me
sweeping. You know why it's sweeping? Because I've been sweeping flat Earth up all over the internet for the past year now. I've swept
So
it.
tell me why. Okay.
That's why.
Tell me why.
That's why I make sweeping statements. They're not unwarranted. I've talked to hundreds of people about this flat Earth stuff.
Okay, well, tell me why.
And lots of them have different ad hoc ideas. So I've become so good at my arguments that I've crushed all your ad hoc ideas too. I can
let me crush a few of your arguments then. Tell me why the focal pendulum won't move on its own when you just hang it still.
Because it's not a perpetual motion machine, silly. You have to let it go. That's the design of you pull it back, you let it go, and the movement against the normal swing back and forth, the conservation of motion and back and forth would be altered only if there were a force that was already acting on it or movement underneath it, which would create a force, a centripetal force that would act upon the swinging pendulum, which would give it the rotational, direction that we watch it go in. That's why. It's really that simple.
I mean, that's a possible explanation, but also
it's literally.
Yeah. I mean, but if there's a flow, this would work the exact same in a stationary Earth. If there's a flow in terms of the design itself, and you weren't taking into account variables, one slight imbalance.
It's really weird that you're picking a pendulum. Isn't that what you used to hypnotize people with?
No.
And if it was a flat Earth, the center of gravity,
stop.
The pendulum would be at an angle.
This isn't a three-way. Hold on, sweetie. Let me get. This is me and him.
Okay. Well, I just really.
You sound very. I don't want to aggravate the situation because we're kind of just badmintoning the ribbon back and forth nicely here, I think, and that actually it's not the same argument. It's none of this is my argument right now. You know what I'm saying? I understand your frustration, but it's not that kind of pendulum. It's not that kind of pendulum. It's 30, 50 foot tall pendulum. It's different. It's a precision tool designed to detect the rotation of the Earth. So it's not one of those other pendulums, and it's nothing to.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me. I hadn't been listening to your arguments. I don't listen to Flat Earth, so I wouldn't have known this.
Okay, that's okay. But this is just a conversation. He finally showed up. I invited people, but then he.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be quiet. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry about that, Pete, and everybody. Sorry about that, Firecat, misunderstanding.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that I finally showed up, but when I come on, first of all, I had to do something. So, I appreciate the link, and I don't want to interfere in anyone else's conversation,
Yeah, sorry if it sounded like I was being insensitive. I mean, once you got here, I had already invited, others and thought you weren't coming, so.
No, okay, and I can't stay on for too long anyway, but I'll definitely be happy to come back and have a more in-depth chat. But I mean, regarding the Foucault's pendulum, I mean, it's one aspect, and there is controversy surrounding that aspect. That I don't, in terms of my belief that we live in a flat and stationary plane, take that too much into consideration. But yeah, I gave you my difficulties there. If there's a slight imbalance in the first place, that imbalance will compound, will it not? I mean, this stands to reason to me. And again, it's not settled science, the Foucault's pendulum. You can't say that it is. It's not repeatable. It's not.
It is repeatable. Why are you saying that? It's repeatable. It's all over the planet. They have Foucault pendulums all over the planet. And like I said before, they're in particular places that will actually be able to, they rotate not all the same. They rotate with perspective to the location on the sphere that they are, as they would on a sphere.
Who made them? Who made them? Who's in control of their functionality?
Many different people make them.
Yeah.
So many different independent from each other people have made these. It's not really one of the world's mysteries, bro.
It's about the last thing.
It's not one of those, you know.
It's the closest thing to any sort of demonstrable evidence that you have for
Not
a
really.
blade.
There are
When
multiple
you take variables into account.
Listen, there's gyros on a spring. There's all kinds of different ways to detect it. That's just one of them that I use, because why dance around to all the other methods that there are that I could be using?
It's not a good one because there's so much controversy.
Just this one. Especially since I've heard so many, it's so popular amongst you guys, and how it's been shown to be spinning backwards during the alias effect, so-called, in quotes.
Yeah, don't give me you guys,
I'm
man.
waiting to hear that argument as well.
I'm on my own here, man, and so it's not you guys.
I'm sorry you failed at trying to prove the Earth is flat. I appreciate you doing your best, though, and we'll have a discussion about, you know, the whatever you want to the next time you come on there.
As well, I mean, if you've judged what I've had to say there so completely, I failed at trying to prove. I didn't give any evidence for the Earth.
No, I really didn't have to judge what you had to say, because what I had to say actually made perfect sense. And I'm sure if we take a vote, let's find out.
I don't care for votes. That's a beautiful thought experiment.
Well, I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Well, you don't care for votes, but the thing is
no, you're appealing to the masses, or maybe appealing to your chat here. So
yeah.
That's fine, though. I mean, well, that's fine. Again, I think it's a beautiful thought experiment to transfer the whole focus pendulum into a liquid environment and just think about what's happening there. These effects are at play above water, if you will, and they have to be taken into account. This is not a settled matter.
They are taken into account. You're ignoring the fact that the aerodynamics is already taken into account. Thus, the spherical nature of the pendulum. That's why. That way it's equal. I explained why. It shouldn't be mystery anymore. I explained it to you. And it's a sphere.
Let's just go back to the water, the transference of the experiment into water environment, right? And imagine your mind what would happen as the pendulum.
Yes, in a watery environment, it could go in all different directions randomly with no particular bias to a particular direction, but always off center, right? But in an air environment, it's not going willy-nilly any other direction.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
Hang on. As the pendulum reaches the top of its swing, right, and cleaves the air out in its path, that air will try to find equilibrium and balance, right? As the pendulum reaches the top of its swing and turns backwards, it's going to meet a slightly different
weight of the pendulum supersedes the amount of drag or friction that is allowed through that amount of density of air and regular normal air pressure, so that is zeroed out. You're being able to maneuver or move it by air pressure. There is not enough density. You're going to need more density and more or thicker air pressure and a lighter weight. That's why they have accounted for that already by making the weight the way that it weighs. Listen, you're missing out on a physics lesson right now.
No, I'm not.
While you're talking over me. I like your accent.
You're talking over me,
but it's not right. But I'm telling you the physics of your question that you're asking. So instead of talking over the answer, listen to it, because how can you argue it if you don't even know it? And obviously you don't know it because it poses it as a question for you. So it's not a question for me. So the density, the weight of the ball supersedes the drag motion of the air due to the light air pressure. Now I can understand in a liquid, that's a different story. We would have to guess what? Just to counter that effect, guess what you would do in a liquid? I'm in your thought experiment. Add what to the pendulum? Weight.
Add weight.
Yeah, there you go. So now you understand. It's not as difficult as you thought.
No. So you've had your say. So let me just say to you, I'm saying to you that these differences, no matter how slight, can have an effect on the final result. This is my point. This is how the pendulum operates as well. It's not just instantaneous. It, of course, takes this movement, apparent movement, it takes place over much time. This is my point. Adding a slight variation like that can accumulate and can affect any outcome in terms of conclusions drawn. This is
Right,
my
and
point.
those outcomes would be random outcomes, and the outcomes we have are not random outcomes, and that's hence the reason why I support
Right.
the notion that it is not the effect that you claim it is, because the outcome is not random. And I hope I've been clear about my demonstrations and explanations.
Right. Well, you haven't demonstrated anything, and the point about you
I've
mentioned
demonstrated it with logic, and yes, I have. And if I haven't, will somebody please, other than Pete, because he might not understand it, let me know.
Okay, you talk like this, Mr. Grimm.
Ah,
It's almost like you're acting a part, you know, Mr. Grimm.
I almost can say the same to you.
Well, I'm not acting a part. The other variable is the accuracy of the machining. So the pivot points as well has to be dead center. If it's minusculely out, right, will it not affect the results? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. So that's just the connection point between the string and the ball.
Except for this, since the ball is so heavy, as I just logically demonstrated to you before, it bypasses the effects of the drag, and so you won't have that effect anyway. So you could probably at some point make it heavy enough to where it could be almost any shape, and it wouldn't affect the movement of the ball from one side to the other. The only acting force, constant acting direction, as it never changes direction, by the way, you know that, right? It always goes the same direction as the Earth, the spin of the Earth. So if it were in your thought experiment, it could go either direction. Am I right or am I wrong?
No, because if a slight imbalance will just compound, so you'll have this in the same direction.
No, we're in your water. We're in your water thought experiment. Yeah. So go ahead again, left or right?
Well, again, the water experiment is on a different sense. That was just to let you know that, you know, as the air has been cleaved or the water has been
You don't
cleaved.
know how a sphere moves through water, do you?
I don't know how
You really
sphere
don't.
moves through water.
Yeah, it will bounce. It will oscillate left to right as it goes in.
Have you seen a sphere and how it moves through water?
Yes. Have you not?
In what sense?
In all kinds of senses.
Give me an example. When have you seen
throwing marbles in the bathtub as a kid, how they wiggle back and forth as they go down.
Well, I mean,
randomly. They don't wiggle. Oh, I'm going to go left first and then right next. And then, no, they go randomly, like whichever direction.
And were your initial impulses taken note of? Did you observe which way you threw it, or what sort of force you attached to the marble itself?
Yeah, they roll straight off. Yeah, they roll straight off and drop and then go left or right. So they're not even going in the left or right direction. They're going in a forward direction, and then they bounce left or right as they roll down and drop straight off. I can visualize this shit from when I was 6 years old, dude.
You proved Foucault's pendulum, or you knew the Earth was a globe.
I'm just telling you right now. That's how the sphere behaves in a liquid. Now you've brought the thought experiment to a liquid, which is like way off kilter, because I've already explained to you that the weight of the Foucault pendulum is what bypasses what you're trying to create as an illusion that it could be swinging back and forth due to the air.
I'm talking about
the air and it being off. Off. Yeah, if the pendulum was off and if it was designed to move crookedly, then yeah, it would move crookedly. But it's not. You're gonna sit there and just kind of make shit up. Is like you really got to stop doing that. That's not doing science. That's not understanding anything. That's not really making any sense.
Science. I mean, when you talk about all of these mathematical formulations as well.
Am I talking about mathematical formulations?
Pendulum, well, hang on. There's so many different things you have to take into account. We have to accept as a given, isn't it? The radius of the Earth, for instance, is 1. Now, you got to prove that to me. You got to prove that the Earth is a sphere in the first place with a radius.
Watch the earlier part of the video and try saying that shit to me. I mean, with a straight face. You were in the chat yapping away the whole time the video was proving to you the spherical nature of the Earth.
I was here for about 5 minutes, I'd say, yeah. Well,
you were chatting away, yapping. I told you to watch the video and quit yapping because the answers you were seeking were right in front of you. Next thing you know, people are telling you, what are you saying? It's CGI? What do you say? It's too hazy?
No, I didn't see the video. Man.
Okay, well, you were in the chat room just chatting away. That's why I was irritated with you, my man, because I was telling you, why don't you, look at the video?
Have you heard about the dodo? What do you think about the dodo, Mr. Grimm?
I thought you were a joke when you came on, because what I said about flat Earth will go the way of the dodo bird, and then
Did you say that?
Yeah.
Did you actually say that?
Yes. Ask Debbie.
Fuck, you know about the dodo, don't you? You know about the dodo.
Ask Debbie. I said flat Earth is gonna go the way of the dodo bird. Don't worry about that shit. What was that? 2 years ago?
You know about you all fucking know about the dodo, but you can't say anything about it. Isn't that right?
Well, I don't know shit about it. I just know the story behind it.
Look into the dodo. Look into. I've been talking
story
about
behind
the
it. How
dodo.
they just went extinct, and then they showed that the dodo bird is dumb, you know,
Dodo never,
and they walk
the
off
dodo never
cliffs and cartoons. That's the joke
No, the
behind
dodo
it for
never-
me.
the dodo never existed, man. It was from the get-go to encode flat Earth. This is what it's about, and I think you know about that. I'm getting that you know about that anyway. But anyway, even if you don't know about that, maybe look into it. The Earth is always known to be flat and stationary, just like our senses tell us, and just like it has always been known.
Just
The
like
globe is alive.
Jesuits.
Really,
tell
whose
us.
senses? My senses don't tell me that. My senses, and they're very
Yes, they
good.
do.
They tell me that.
Yes, they do. All
they
your senses
know
have to tell
they
you that
don't,
you're flat
my
and
friend,
stationary.
they do
It's
not.
just a Jesuit psyop.
Yeah.
I mean, it says
Yes,
it
it is.
real
Tell me
clear.
that.
Well,
Yeah,
there's more to that. There's more to that. But yeah.
I'm gonna let the ladies
All your
take you on for a second.
Mr.
And I'll tell you what my
No,
senses tell me in
I
a minute.
told you I don't do this because this is to me the dumbest argument out there. I mean, first of all,
Exactly.
what are you dealing with a complex equivalent multi-body problem like the Foucault pendulum when I mean it's too sensitive to a whole bunch of different things. There are easier ways to prove one way or the other. I mean, to me that was picked purposely because it's difficult to control that experiment.
And that's all they got. That's all they got. It's all they
What
got
is he-
to
what do you mean
demonstrate.
that's
Or
all they got?
pseudo demonstration.
He's misrepresenting the whole thing. I'm just using his easiest one that he can argue. There's better ones that fuck you up all the way around the block,
How do your senses
but I'm
tell
not
you?
using them. That's the
how do
point.
your
I am
senses
toying with
tell you
you.
you're
You don't
moving on a
realize it,
sphere?
Pete. That's sad.
Yeah, but you said
Okay,
it. You
go
said
ahead,
your
Debbie.
senses tell you you're moving and you're on a sphere. Tell me how to tell you that.
No, you're putting words in my mouth. I said my senses tell me that I am on a sphere.
I just said what you said.
No, you said that you're moving. You can't. Yeah, I don't feel that I'm moving because does a fly feel that he's moving when he's flying around in a car
I
with
don't
air
know. I'm not
pressure?
a fly. Are you a fly,
No, he
Mr.
doesn't.
Grimm?
Oh well.
If you were a fly, you'd be a Grimm fly.
Well, let me explain to you. Let me explain to you something then. How about that?
Go on.
A common housefly cannot fly 110 miles per hour. Are we correct?
I'd give you that. Yeah.
The top speed of a common housefly is about 21 miles per hour. Okay.
Okay. 21,777. Okay.
Right. Whatever, dude. And let's get to the bottom of that. So how can a fly fly from the back of a car to the front of the car when it's going over 100 miles an hour? How's that even possible, dude?
Come on, man.
With your logic.
Come on, man. Because obviously he's contained within something that's traveling at.
Thank you. Right. The air pressure, right?
So the air pressure is just
right now on Earth. Air pressure.
Well, I never said air pressure. He's
You're in
traveling
air
in a
pressure on
vehicle,
Earth.
in a closed
So
vehicle.
you don't feel your movement.
No, that's not an argument, man. That's not an argument you're making
Oh, it's
here.
definitely an argument because that's exactly.
No, hang on. Well, you admit you don't feel like you're moving. Then this is what I want to get.
You can't because it's such a slight thing to your adapted body.
Right, to your senses. Will you admit
adapted.
that to my senses I don't
on
feel
this
I'm
planet to that spin? You're not supposed to feel that.
Possibly. You're already after jumping to we live in a planet. I'm just asking you to your senses.
That's right. I'm jumping straight
Does it
there.
feel like you're still?
I'll jump right there some more. So when you watch the sunrise and it doesn't come as a small little tiny dot into your view, if that vanishing point thing was real, then what does your senses tell you again?
No, I've explained the sunrise and the sunset perfectly before.
You tried to, but you could never demonstrate it with a proper explanation, and no one can. That's why I'm asking the question
today. Do you want me to do it now?
Oh yeah, give it a shot.
I don't mind doing it now.
Oh good, go ahead, shoot at it.
I can show it to you. I have a perfect picture. I can show you exactly how to do it. How the sunset and the sunrise work.
Just tell me in your words.
Right. It's all about the behavior of water. When you look over water. Over vast distances, you have to take into account a mirror. Well, there's another name for it. I can't think of it. It starts with an S, but it's a definitive effect.
Superior.
I call it the mirrored layer effect.
Are you saying it's a superior mirage? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. It's a reflection.
A Fata Morgana mirage.
No, it's a reflection. It's a direct reflection off the water. We all know water behaves
Yeah,
in a
a
certain
reflection off the water is a mirage, right?
Okay, so you're talking about, you're bringing mirage into it, whereas I'm telling you that it can be explained with just direct reflection.
You're trying to say refraction then, right? It's refraction.
Okay, we're on the same page, but we're not on the same page at all. It's reflection, reflection, like a puddle. If you're standing at the end of a puddle and I'm looking at the puddle, seeing your reflection, as you walk away, the last thing I will see as I'm looking at the puddle is the top of your head as you move away. This is what's happening with the sun.
Reflection of what?
Reflection of, in your case, if you were standing at the one side of a puddle and I was looking down at the puddle, looking at your reflection in the water.
No, we're talking about the sun. Reflection of what? You got to realize that you're conflating the ideas together. They don't make sense.
The sun, a reflection of the sun, man.
Off of what?
Off of the water.
What water?
Okay, let me show you a picture. Can I share a screen?
Well, where's the water?
I'm showing you. I'm going to show you now. Let me. And I know how to share screen share without sharing the link. So that
on the ground or in the air.
Give me a second. Give me a second. I have the picture here, and you'll be able to see it yourself, and it explains it exactly, man. And there's no disputing about it. You don't have to take air, Fata Morgana, mirages into account. Well, I mean, you're going to have to deal with this. None of you like dealing
about the Foucault pendulum, and I just demonstrated on every level how you misrepresented the idea of how it even works. You thought it's supposed to move on its own. Why would we have to even move it? Why? That's kind of weird. So
no, it should move on its own if the Earth is rotating at these speeds.
No, it fucking shouldn't. Okay, the whole reason why it's designed is so when you can swing it, it swings against the gravity because it takes away the gravitational force to allow for the other force. Right, it moves back up. It allows for the other force because it's dropping now. It's reaching weightlessness. So the other force of the spin, which is a much lesser force than the gravity, can actually affect the rotation of the pendulum. Do you understand that?
Okay, and listen, the reason I come onto this is because you brought onto it that we were talking about your senses.
Me there.
Okay, you say it's a mirage, right? Can you see my screen?
Yes, I do say it's a mirage. It's an effect that we can demonstrate. I gave you the mathematical refraction. It's called refraction math that describes that as well.
Okay, bear with me a second. Give me 2 minutes, right? And I know you like sort of jumping in, but give me 2 minutes. What we're observing here, right, is a sunset, and I have the whole link here as well, and they go through the series of pictures and you can clarify it for yourself that this is what's happening. As you see it here, you're going to call this a mirage. Let's forget about that a second. I'm saying to you, if the sun wasn't present, was higher in the sky, what we can see here with this line, sorry, that should be a straight line, that is a apparent horizon, right? That's not the real horizon. It's only when the light comes into place that we can see that there is a real horizon line, which is a mirroring line, and it goes all the way across the screen from here, all the way through the center point and across. Now, what you have to bear in mind, right, the distance between the observer and this apparent water line will probably be a few miles, maybe 5 or 6 miles. But the distance between the observer and this black line, which is the mirroring line, which is the real horizon line, might be 30, 40, 50 miles. You don't know. So in other words, where we're seeing the reflection of the sun in the water, that could be a vast distance, compressed water. What we're seeing here is a literal reflection, right? So everything below the black line and the apparent water line, the hard water line there, that's a reflection of what's above, everything all the way across. This is clarified in the link itself where this photograph comes from.
Why isn't the circle getting smaller?
And again, we already have many demonstrations of that being a mirage. That's a simple one.
No, it's not.
Oh yeah,
it's not a mirage. Yeah. It's a reflection.
It's what a mirage is, silly. A mirage is a reflection, my friend.
No. This is a reflection on water.
That's what a mirage is.
No. You're saying
complex reflection off of different.
This is a reflection.
It's kind of a distorted reflection a bit, if you want to get technical.
How the reflection is distorted.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because
it's
the
not.
water
So
is bending.
Hang on. I'm saying that this.
Sun,
I'm saying that the top of the sun we can see here is on water, right? Are you saying that you agree with me?
Right. You're just joking. Like this is a troll move.
No.
It shouldn't even be
Why is
going
that?
down. It should be just getting smaller.
You're fucking serious. You're not serious. Stop playing.
Yeah,
damn
come
well
under pressure.
on.
Mirage, right?
How much do they pay you to say this stuff?
Yeah, you know that's.
Are you being
psyop
dismissive? Are you being
real.
dismissive
You got
again?
that in- look at. It's
Why
in,
can't
like,
you deal with this? Why can't you deal with this
dealt with
reality?
it. What are you talking
Why
about?
can't we deal with lies?
I
Hang
told-
on, I'm not lying. How dare you?
Oh, okay, you're delusional. Why can't we deal with mental patients?
We're telling. Wait, we're telling
This
you.
is the usual. I won't be. This is the usual
Fire
you
cat.
expect from this nonsense group that you seem to be
Firecat,
part,
don't make it.
all part and parcel of. What? Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Please.
No, it's okay. Well, look, forget about it. I've explained this 100 times, and I get the same reaction every time. Only from the Globers, mind you, because they're
What do you mean?
denying their senses
They tell you
again.
that's
Denying their senses again. They're saying there's some sort of air inversion here that's going on. So you're actually seeing this mirage effect in the air. I'm saying it's a reflection in the water, not in the
No,
air.
none of this really matters. It matters
Dude,
in black
it is in
and
there.
white where
And
the
we can prove
CIA
that
wrote
because
down the psyop.
Firecat can
That's what you need to study.
This is a
No,
waste
you
of
need
time.
to
give him an
study the
excuse.
There's bigger
psyop.
puzzles
Give
here
him an
anyway.
excuse.
Bigger
Please be
puzzle-
quiet.
Bigger puzzle
Don't
associated
give
with
it
the
an
flat Earth is
excuse.
the dodo.
I've got this argument all covered by myself. I appreciate it though.
No, it's a waste
yeah.
of time here. Look into the
Wait, well,
dodo
we can
if
tell
you
you
want
the
to
same
get
effect.
further.
Pete, if you don't be quiet, I'm going to mute you.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm going anyway. Look into.
Okay, well, if it doesn't matter, we're going to go ahead and mute you for a second because
He needs to the hidden hand, and
well, if you don't have it in you to be able to listen to the truth, you know, and all you want to do is try to force flat earth down somebody's throat, then you probably are going to be met with a little bit of abrasiveness because people don't like being shoved around into flat earth bullshit for two reasons. One, it's psyop. For two, I just demonstrated that we could easily demonstrate that for you over land, that it is an effect of the air. And why do you think mirages happen in the desert? Hello? See what I mean? That's that kind of shit right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he had no basis to argue on any of his points. He was shown evidence against everything he talked about, and he still has to leave with an attitude as if, you know, I'm the one that's being dismissive to him. I've demonstrated a lot against the logic, against what he's saying. I showed clearly that it, you know, the spherical nature and the dynamics and all I played with him in his thought experiment. I did all of that.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to entertain.
Could you unmute Firecat?
Oh yeah, he's gone. You can. I don't have to.
Yeah, but it looks like you muted Firecat. Yeah.
I only muted her for a second because it gives him the excuse to say, "I'm leaving. You're being abusive," you know. And that's exactly what he tried to use. I knew he would use it. You got to know I'm keyed up on their little fucking antics, so I know what they're going to do.
Well, the one thing that I kept thinking while all this was going on was, again, the main point of the PSYOP was shown well today, in that they got involved, thinking, caring people who understand so much of going to hell in a handbasket right now, sitting here wasting their talents arguing the most unbelievable, you know, finer points of this little experiment or that little experiment having to do with proving something that it wouldn't even matter, okay, at this point. You know, I mean,
you know, I know.
and it's like they pick. He came in here, he picked that argument of the Foucault pendulum, okay? He picked it. They always pick things that are complex by other factors. They're difficult experiments to set up where you eliminate all other factors so that you can just prove one way or the other to one point.
With that argument because
yeah,
I know the whole argument.
Yeah.
Which is uncommon for a normal, regular guy, sphere earther or flat earther, right?
Oh no, you've studied enough of their rooms that you know all the different little tactics that they use and the different things they like to use as an argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, and but like I said, the one overriding thing that stands out, yeah, is that they've got, like you said so many times, they've got us no longer talking about practical ways we can become independent. We can, you know,
well, not us.
Find a way out from all these attacks. Yeah.
Oh shit! I just had a show. We just did a show on stuff that was very important: pleomorphism, germ theory of disease causation, anti-vaccinations.
Yeah.
I mean, we still stay important. We still get on topics.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know,
It's just that,
but
that's,
I mean,
but that's what I'm saying. You can see that's their intent, you know, and it is of concern when you see how many hundreds of people, by whatever means they use, they get to flock around them. And you have to understand now they've got all those hundreds of people not looking at anything else but this. Okay. Of course, not, you know, not other people who do focus primarily and always have on these other issues that impact us directly. Okay. So that doesn't include us and many others here, but those that flock to it, that's the whole intent, is to get them all wrapped up in nothing but discussing this.
Right. Just wait.
And that just became real obvious to me once again today.
The whole clan, the whole cult is in there, just listening to repeats of the same mesmerizing bullshit over and over. And each word they listen to is a lie.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there in their chat going, explaining all the different things one by one, point by point, thinking that that's the truth, or that's what we were supposed to do, right? Because I was just naively going, oh no, he's wrong about that. Check this out. And then you're banned. Wait a minute, I thought you get banned for like dumb shit, like telling people to fuck off and being rude and all this other stuff. Because that's what was happening to me. People were saying all that shit to me. Nobody was like getting at them about any of that. You know, and if you say, hey, why do you keep telling me to fuck off, man? Why don't you fuck off? Oh, we're not going to tolerate that. You're out of here. We gave you a chance, but you were rude. It's like, oh my gosh, look what y'all are doing. These are games. You start looking around like, oh, okay, this ain't really about the truth at all. This is about some common core shit right here.
It certainly, I mean, everyone has said this, that just because of the minute nature of, like I say, they don't want to pick basic experiments that you can control in such a way that you can eliminate other factors. They always want to pick these complex things, so the person's got to sit there and refresh their memory how this works. All that takes time, okay? And again, what would, even if you could prove it absolutely to yourself one way or the other, what have you gotten out of spending months doing that? What did you achieve? You know, it's like, did it make your life better? Jesus. Yeah. I mean, I look at even folks like you. I mean, you're capable of studying complex things. In the time that you've had to spend arguing with these people, you know, I mean, you could have been working on those other things. You could, you know, what
other things. I mean, don't we have it all worked out by now?
Well, I mean, even the checking out the leading
universe all to see if wrapped up. My own orbital mechanics of the fucking thing. I invented the idea that Negalese came from vaccines, and that's why the vaccines are always safe. It's like, I've done enough. It's y'all's turn, damn it. I'm backing out for a minute. I'm gonna make fun of some flat earthers for 10 minutes or 20 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to work every day for free for everybody on YouTube who treats me like shit.
But there's
actual
marching.
Knows what I'm talking about. What's up, brother?
There's actual marching orders. I mean, actual documents that we can read, that we can request, that caused all this bullshit. And they're tying all the subjects you just explained. They want to tie to flat earth to discredit it. It's just horrible.
That's right. Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. And you see it everywhere. Abiotic oil and with the flat earth on the title of the video. No, abiotic oil has nothing to do. Matter of fact, if you knew how abiotic oil actually works, you would know it couldn't be on a flat earth. That's how that works. So you got to understand that simple little program. It can't be.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not how it works. It's the electric spherical nature of the fucking circuit of the planet in the solar system that creates that oil.
Well, this was to me, the most basic, argument, at least just to get you more towards seeing that it's probably the greatest probability is that it's going to be roundish, is the way, in terms of physics, the way, you know, an equal pressure environment tends to create something that's the most efficient shape of all. And,
right.
You know, that's from the physics perspective. And then when you add to it, especially if you're starting to understand better constructs of cosmology, like the EU and that sort of thing, You know that it's impossible. And the thing is even they admit that other bodies you look at out in space do appear to be round in some way, shape, or form, but somehow Earth is the only exception. This makes no sense, okay?
Well, that was that ad hoc stuff where they said that the other, they started off telling you that, no, those are just aberrations in the sky. They're not real.
Mm-hmm.
They're just
I mean,
scars on the ice
you
wall.
get into the more complex arguments, but the point is I mean,
The ad
there's
hoc,
a
every time
million
you
issues.
do what you just did and prove to them and show, no, your model's broken. Look, this doesn't work. They go, oh, no. Did I say that I was one of those flat earthers?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm one of the ones that say, what'd you say again? Against that. It's like, really? Just ad hoc whatever you want into a model and you're a believer of it? That doesn't make sense. It's like, because I'm down with the idea that they lied to me, that I'm going to accept the solution that some other CIA agent gave me about the Earth being flat. Really?
Again, if you just stand back and look at, because we've watched this thing develop over a 3-year period, and it's so more than obvious what's really going on here. Like what Firecat said, when you look at the marching orders and how it's been played out to the T. Okay. I don't know. I just get really exasperated, Grim.
Oh yeah. Well, don't get it. This is right now. This is your time to just, talk about how it has bothered you and all the things you did. Yeah. How it's affected us and
demanding fiction is truth. And I mean, we have children to worry about. Sorry.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Sorry about that. We have children to think about. Yeah. That's right. It's that's my point.
Yeah. Get frustrated because I know when it first started, you remember, I mean, a lot of the folks that are arguing it now, they don't know we were putting on shows in 2015 where we put some of the best basic arguments out there, okay? And for a while it died down. Yeah,
it's still my same arguments. I haven't changed anything. I can't get an answer for any of them. It's been that long. Like, yeah. So you can't tell me why the sun doesn't do what you say it's supposed to do. You have these weird, oh no, it's this, it's that. No, it's lensing. And I go, you mean refraction, right? And they go, no, magnification. That's what refraction is. It's magnification is a form of refraction. So we're still talking about refraction, right? No.
Yes.
Okay. It's obvious that we don't both have a good grasp of physics, so we can't both have a good conversation. And that's the nicest way I can put it.
Well, they hate that argument. Yeah. You're being insulting if you use that argument.
Well, I am being insulting because I'm tired of being insulted. It's like, damn you for punching me back.
Here's an interesting question from someone in the chat.
You lie in my ear and bleat bullshit in my ear and then demand that I, identify with your bullshit, then yeah, I'm going to sock you in the shit, man, with logic.
I mean, just write on a piece of paper, everybody be dumb, and send it out into the world. I mean, come on.
Someone in the chat just asked, can you guys talk on how you think we should educate children? Oh, man.
We were talking about that earlier, about how the family got destroyed and how they got the grandparents out of the household, and they used to teach the stories while the parents were working. The grandparents would teach the children all the wealth of knowledge of the family history, all what they've learned, the high points of their life, and all that valuable information got stripped away from the children.
Well, which also included, remember, it was through that historical knowledge, but firsthand. That included the information that showed that the written history, political history of countries is not quite what the real history is. And that's what helped people to be more skeptical. Yes. And that's why people, like Grim mentioned earlier in the show when we were talking about some really good topics, and he mentioned that people in the past used to be more skeptical, more critical.
Yeah, those are
because
the stories that they would pass, how the government would trick people. And that's so important because in print is a false fiction. They'll tell you the earth is flat, for God's
that's
sake.
the point. The government
And
couldn't trick people as badly in the
yeah,
past
yeah,
because
the
they
family.
had that kind of true sense of history and the way that they were taught as children, firsthand knowledge from their parents, their grandparents. And when they focused in the mid 1900s on eliminating the extended family, kick the elders out, put them in nursing homes, lose all that valuable information, now people, they're more susceptible, to that, any kind of appeal to authority, or if something, or if a consensus, like all of a sudden everybody's saying, oh,
Yeah,
we've been
send
lied
to
to.
regular public schools, someone says in the chat.
What's that?
That's how you change it. You send them to public school. That's the same thing they already do, bro. We're
Yeah,
trying to
that
make a
is the
smarter
problem.
population, children, not a bunch more
Hmm.
good citizens.
Homeschool your kids.
Synonymous with the
Homeschool your
word
kids.
servant.
Never ever send them to public school.
Subject,
That's
excuse
the way
me.
it exists today. Yeah. Unless you want to create a child that's a slave. Yeah.
Yeah, traumatized, scrambled egg brains. You do not come out of
Throw them in a
school a
fear-based
thinking
reality in
being.
regular
You
public
can't
schools.
function.
Let them be herded by the mentality of the social construct. Don't spend it. Is that what you're claiming we should do, Clark? Hey, how you doing, Adam? Oh, do I? It's probably because of the past, dude. It's been a couple years we've been chatting back and forth since then.
Yeah. Have you been banned?
It's not on purpose, man. Let me go check you out later.
Yeah.
That was back when you said I was Bob Lazar, dude. I had to ban you. I'm like, I'm not Bob Lazar, dude. I don't even know who
You're
that
somebody,
was. I had
aren't
to
you?
go look up who that was to see who you're
Yeah.
talking.
You don't know that you're
I've been
somebody
good,
unless you've
bro.
been banned from some accounts. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'll definitely unban your main account because I'd rather you were in here with people know where you're from and stuff. Yeah.
I have to say, I really like. I probably shouldn't say this because you'll go into on me, but Adam, you really have gotten so much lighter over the months.
We all
I
have.
enjoy seeing you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have too. I noticed, a little easier to deal with.
Not me.
I know what Adam's problem is. I think it's the same problems I'm having. Is when you talk to people, you expect them to be the way that they would be with you in real life. That they're not like
Yeah.
that on the internet. They're all fake and phony and shit like that. And it gets really people who are empathic or whatever, like myself, and maybe A4. We can feel your emotions and feel. And when I can't feel you, I get on the defensive and I think you're being disingenuous, and that's a danger sign for me. And then I'll lash out at you. And I think that's some of the same stuff.
Well, there's a lot of us that are empathic. Yeah.
Plus,
Sometimes it's
actually
but
crack
Some
people's
more
heads
than
open and shit.
others.
We do get hella frustrated because we can't grab you and fucking choke you out and shit like that. People talk like you're little or something. Like you won't just snatch them up off the ground, throw them over a fence, bend them over sideways, and break them. You know what I mean? Who the fuck are you talking to?
yeah. Well, you're again that problem of being a virtual here, or people get away with a lot more stuff than what they do face to face. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably
It's
what Adam's problem
amazing.
is. He's like, man,
We would be nicer
in real
face to
life, I would have
face.
socked you in your mouth if you would have said that, and you can't do it because you can't reach them; they're fucking too far away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I feel you, man. It's just I'm not Bob Lazar. And I'm not a shill, and there ain't. If you checked it out decently, you'd know there ain't nobody left for me to be shilling for. I done gave it to all the big ones. Long time researching. Man, I gotta respect what I just heard there. That's like fuck. Adam says, turned me right away from flat Earth. Really, I'm against flat Earth now. They don't like to own up or be honest. And that was one of Adam's main things. It's like, man, people ain't owning up to their shit. They're not being honest.
Yes.
So
Well, and it also it
What
brings
the fuck
out.
happened? He flipped on me. I didn't do nothing.
Well, also too. I mean, you see this in
It was the
some of
company
the.
we were keeping. I'm sorry. We're just go ahead. Don't worry about it. Step
Yeah,
on the back.
you see this in some of the psyops here, but you really see it in Flat Earth, where it brings out this "you've got to be right no matter what" mentality. You notice that? I mean, and that's where people stop communicating, stop discussing things, sharing ideas, because then if the only goal becomes to be right no matter what, it's something about that psyop brings that out in people. Yeah,
That's like
I
a
don't know
human
what.
nature. I think that's just like a benefit of the psyop, because it's a human nature to be all mob mentality and egotistic and suppress the different one, and so that the group affirmation can still occur, because there's no endorphin release better than group affirmation. Like no drug, no nothing releases more endorphins than when a group of people go, hell yeah, you're right. I mean, that's what we're addicted to out here. Be honest, and they don't know it. People don't usually know what they're addicted to. They're just addicted to shit. They don't realize it, but it's
Well,
that, and we all need affirmation. But the thing is they didn't get it a lot in life about things, probably D average, C average schools or something, not just always not getting it. And then all of a sudden, flat earth, they get something, they think. A lot of other people agree with them. And so there's no real math being done. There's no real physics being done. There's a bunch of misrepresentations of the modern standard model, all this kind of weird stuff going on. And it's a fanatical behavior. It's that same endorphin release as you think when you have your God or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The same
Well, in
area of the brain lights up.
psychology,
And
they
fanaticism.
they've done experiments where even when people know that the answer's wrong, they'll go with the group, so that's just, I mean, a percentage. And that's
right.
what they picked up is that percentage.
And the bigger the group, the larger the percentage, the person will make the wrong choice, the next person.
Yeah.
Well, it's also, it lends yourself to being swayed by a tyrannical few, because they know all they got to do is convince the head of that group, and then the others will just follow automatically. They only have to convince a few.
Yeah, once they get it. I mean, that's really all they want, is to group up, but then in such a way that everybody becomes in lockstep, and then they send in one little infiltrator or whatever. And you just have to reiterate that you're a group, but you're an individual at the same time. It's okay to disagree with your group and stand alone. You just need to be able to talk it out.
I mean, I'll just put it this way. The group discussions I've been in, that when I left, I felt the most empowered, the most strokes, the most whatever, were when somehow something magic happened. And no matter how we all started, somewhere in the middle, towards the end, whatever, we got to a point where we felt like we could ask any question. We could, even if something on another issue that somebody said that you didn't initially agree with, but then you started to see what they were saying, and you knew that you could say, you know what, I see that. Yeah, there's a lot of merit to that. And you knew you wouldn't be thought of as being stupid by having converted or whatever, but it was where it's a warm conversation where everyone feel it, kind of like the old brainstorming idea where you could put anything out there and you wouldn't be thought of as being stupid or whatever, and that it was encouraged, that kind of thing. Those are the kinds of conversations where people are really finally, just thinking about what's being said, what they're saying, and trying to fit it in with everything else they know. And it's a way also, it's an example of where you're really are shedding as much bias as you can, because you don't have a fear about shedding bias. Okay.
They want to shut down your curiosity, your natural curiosity, and they want to shut it down as you grow up.
But where it's okay to make a mistake, and it's not, you're not going to get stomped on or trampled on or whatever. Where okay. And there have been lots of conversations on here that have been like that. And then you look at the whole flat earth stuff and it's just the opposite of that. It's like everything rests on you're
Rigid.
being right, rigid and right. And yeah. And
yeah, like military. Like, okay, we're going to just write this fanciful fiction upon a piece of paper, and you're just going to have to believe it like, gospel. And, this is your life now. It's no longer a round earth, it's flat. And, that's just silly.
But I mean, we've talked about this before. The art of just having a discussion seems to have been got lost.
Oh, yeah, definitely. No, it is a very warm, comforter feeling that you can just, throw a different opinion out there and not be pounced upon. You have to look at all angles. 20, when we have a problem in real life, we'll ask 20 different people and then, pick, the best option. Oh, God damn it. Sorry. Hear my husband.
Let me know if someone shows up in the box.
Okay, well, yeah.
Just for a second, I'm not leaving or anything. I'm just looking at a different page, trying to find a.
Yeah, I don't know. I've just noticed that before, and not even just the flat earth rooms, but other rooms where the whole focus of the room is discussing everything you thought was wrong with all these different people's arguments in all the shows you've watched for the last week. Now, what kind of a basis of a show is that? I mean,
maintaining the status quo.
Yes, exactly. One of the there's several that are like that, but one of them in particular. But I will say this, that show always gets more thumbs down than thumbs up. Now there's got to be a reason. Yeah, I think people are kind of tired of that. I think the main reason why things go that way around here, it's not even any particular psyop or that they're being drawn in that direction, but it creates drama. They think, it's like they think that's what we've seen it before. People will flock to a big thing where people are trying to bite each other's head off.
Oh yeah, when
they love it.
Thought we was gonna fight forever, that was when we had the most views.
Ooh.
They wanted to see the break. They wanted to see the fight. They want to see the train wreck. They don't want to come listen to long lectures of information that can empower them with their own health. They want to watch the Jerry Springer shit.
Oh, yeah.
Then they want to say, oh, my God, this Jerry Springer shit is so beneath me.
Yeah, but then they're tied to everything that happens.
The other shit we do, just the Jerry Springer shit is the only time you show up,
mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
So it's like the hypocrisy of this, it's obvious. It's like, here it is. It's obvious. You're being an asshole.
Well, what's funny that you mentioned that. Back in the days when I was involved in the sport of skydiving, one of the things that got me to give it up was when I came to the conclusion that there were all these people that would come out to the drop zone with a picnic basket and all that. They weren't there to participate in the sport, but they put like blankets down and have a picnic lunch, and they wanted drama. They wanted to see if there was an accident that day or whatever.
Well, yeah.
And
when
those
you go
of
to the
us who were in
races,
it
you don't go to the races to watch the cars go around and around and around and around the track. You go for the accidents.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But that's just it. A lot of people ended up giving up the sport because it was like we came there because we really did like the sport, and it was risky and all this, but we would try to put up with the risk. And then when we realized we had this freaking audience that was there hoping we would die, it's like, you know what? I'm not here for your entertainment. Yeah. It's amazing.
Totally agree.
Exactly, Adam. They don't talk about anything important. Like, definitely not the health issues. What's really funny, though, is some of them will try to claim, oh, yeah, we understand all about that. And it's, we've done that. We do those issues, too. And you go to their G Plus page and you don't see one post on GMOs, Not one thing on vaccines. You know, nothing. Yeah, it's. I think they are a little embarrassed by that argument sometimes. That's why they lie and say that. Yeah. You got another one that's. You got another one that's asking to join. I think you dropped the link in there at one point, didn't? Yeah, it's still there. The Hangout link is still there in the chat. So just.
So if we get sniped, it's because, you know, there's no real argument. Again, it's just.
Snipe away. What the heck? Yeah.
She's just like, I'm done anyway. This is boring. Yeah, go ahead and click that link above you there.
There's a Hangout link in there. Yeah, because you left it in there. So.
Yeah, learning the Jesuit order is a pretty good channel. I like some of his rants. I mean, we don't see eye to eye on everything, of course, you know, but it's just little fractionary shit.
Mm-hmm.
Who's supposed
Well, he's
to?
right about, yeah, if you don't put flat earth in your video titles, you're not going to get as many clicks.
That's right.
It's so funny. What was it, like a year and a half ago, Graham, when we noticed that, like, we'd see, like, there would be a video that would be uploaded. It's on just abiotic oil, but it would say flat earth, ... abiotic oil. And then we saw others, flat earth, ... electric universe, flat earth, ... That was, again, that's another indicator of this is a manipulated thing, you know?
Sure do. Right. But the truth are falling for all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
Like any of the real truth is ever going to be on the media. And what is the president talking about in multiple different occasions? Repeating the same, I'm not there to drive the flat earth society.
Mm.
It's like,
Yeah.
you haven't why mention it.
Yeah, exactly.
You think we're stupid?
Millions of people would have never even thought of that, except for the
Nope.
fact that you mentioned it. Yeah.
So derp, derp, derp. That should wake some of y'all up to that shit right there. It's not like he's ever going, I'm not going to discuss the people who think oil is abiotic. You never heard him say that shit.
Yeah.
And you got a
No.
lot more people ranting up his ass about oil and shit than anything else. Because it's a globe.
I just dropped that article again in the chat about this new gene-altering leukemia treatment. Again, these are the kinds of things we would be better off looking at. Not to take care of it.
Gene-altering treatments with magnetism.
Yeah, magnetism. Oh, well.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes that just takes your whole aurora, you know, your whole energy, and sort of just mine anyway, just calms it all.
Yep. Chilling it down. Yeah.
You literally can feel that. It feels better.
Yeah. It's almost like people would be better if they just emotionally melt a little bit. Just melt. I melt.
Wow, look at Adam saying in there. I'm gonna read it out loud. I'm banned from every Flat Earth Live hangout, and was one of the first people here, and I can attest to that, to tell people about Flat Earth. He was the first wave. He was
That's true.
because I didn't want to lie to people and I admit wrongs. I was banned.
That's
These Flat
bad.
Earthers expect you to scream Flat Earth and bash people on, for trying to have a discussion about it when they lead people to learning something. Yeah, that's a good comment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, the next one. I like being a free thinker. I like to absorb as much information as possible and try to learn new things. You can learn new things even when you think you know everything. Yep.
Oh, always. Yeah. And you just don't want to be stuck in one subject. You want to try, learn everything. That's what you're here for. You know?
We can go around.
Why'd you stop so abruptly?
Because I figured
Whoosh.
I've already cycled that round and I don't feel like playing forever. To me, like it's repetition after about 4 different, you know.
Mm-hmm. You just have to find like a way to mellow it out.
Oh no, that's just like random shit that comes to mind that doesn't belong.
What
to
are we
other people.
seeing?
I mean,
What are we seeing on the
people like to play
screen
other
here?
people's music.
Uh-huh.
This is some space shit. Something happening in microgravity, something that probably just doesn't exist.
No. We're in a glass dome and there's
That's CGI
water
right there.
outside
That's
of
not
it.
an astronaut, and he is
No.
in a swimming pool.
Yes.
Yeah, he better hurry because he's in one of those dropping ships that he's gonna fall in a second. You gotta be careful.
You do have someone who just came in the chat. He
I
said
know
to
it's a
let you know.
long clip, and there's no way he can still be falling all that time, right? You know, they say, "Oh no, he's in one of those simulated." Okay, so let me stop this. I don't want that on there. And I didn't know I had someone in here. Let me get on that too.
Yeah. You have someone that just came on the panel, so just to let you know.
Oh, okay, it's okay. This is someone we've talked with before. Hey, how's it going?
Yo, guys.
Chilling.
Hi.
I'm looking at a periodic table behind you.
Hello.
So I'm like, this is a safe bet. This is somebody who's not going to be stupid.
Yeah, how do you pronounce the first name on that? Is it
Oh, Eve. Yeah, Eve. Like Christmas Eve.
okay?
Good. Not to be confused with summer.
Oh,
Boy, that wasn't original, I know. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going pretty good, mate. It's been pretty good. Yeah, I've not spoken in a while, but I've been watching a few of your debates. Pretty interesting.
So what's your take on all this?
What, the whole flat Earth thing?
Yeah. Or anything that you see going on right now.
Okay, anything. Yeah, I guess the flat Earth thing, it's definitely seems to me like a psyop, just because of the divisive nature that you guys talked about, and I think Grimm was pretty on point when he said about our natural tendency to, be kind of tribal, and group together, that kind of grouping mentality. And then I also think you had a point when you mentioned that it seems like this particular discussion seems to be a bit more ferocious. It seems people like it. It seems there's some sort of heightened defense around it. The people that take it on, I mean, the ones who argue the case.
Which
As,
ultimately kind of makes everybody feel disempowered. Yes.
Yeah, it feels like a fanatical view with the faith-based, all only faith-based, nothing that points you to that faith. And it's like, dismiss, a lot of the other stuff that already exists as if it doesn't exist as well. It takes a lot to get to the flat Earth.
yeah,
that's concerned.
I mean, I think one, I don't know, maybe not say one way to look at it, but something I've noticed is that obviously, like you said, it takes a lot to get there. And obviously, I mean, you can call it what you want, conspiracy circles, the truth movement, critical thinking people. But I think, there aren't many, if any, people that are outside of the truth movement or conspiracy circles that are coming to this conclusion that the Earth is flat, or even looking into these topics. So it does seem like it has been inserted into the circles of people that are most likely to kind of take something like this up. If that makes any sense.
No, it's a
No,
great
it
point.
does. It makes perfect sense.
It's a great point. I
I
wrote
mean,
that
one
in
of
the
the
chat too about what you were saying while you were saying it. Really good point.
one of the proofs of that is, for those of us who also like do lectures on some of this information in our own communities, and I'll give lectures on GMOs and things like that, and I have just from time to time sampled among people like, so have you heard that on YouTube they've got this debate going on between whether or not the Earth is flat, and they look at me like I've gone crazy. The most of the world doesn't even know this is going on unless you're on YouTube. You really don't even know that people are arguing this. And that, this is a place where we do know they put billions of dollars into psyops, and they focused on this place, for these kinds of things. And that's, I think, why it's, you don't see that kind of, it's not as evident, or they don't have that kind of a psyop that quickly and that easily in the general public. But on a platform like this, they can. And that's, I think, why you see that difference.
I agree.
So why do you think it is then? Why do you think it is that people are so readily kind of, I don't know, why is it that people are so able to easily just attach themselves to this idea? Why is this kind of flat Earth movement so powerful? What is it that makes it so alluring to people?
Well, I've noticed a
Well,
large Christian push to it, and it's being tied to their religious faith. So it becomes very dogmatic and a belief instead of anything to do with physics again,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, I did come across, I think it was, when now? You're it's quite, how can I put it? I came across a group of people in a hangout once, and we were talking about flat Earth, and they were not extremists, what's the word?
Fanatics.
Fanatics, yeah, fanatical, yeah, religious fanatics, and they were, they were talking about Christianity, but they would then, going, they would look reading it in Hebrew, and they were kind of, like going not just the surface layer. They were like trying to study Hebrew and learn the old scriptures, and instead of the Latin and then into English translation. Um, but then I was having a conversation with them just about faith and belief, and then we started talking about flat Earth, and then like you said, somehow linking it to Christianity, and that was the first time I'd heard this. Right? It surprised me. And I thought, like, this is an interesting spin on it. I've never heard this argument before. So, you're saying, Grim, that have you encountered a lot of these people that are using it? Coming from
Oh
that
yeah.
kind of faith background.
Yeah, one of the biggest all night 24-hour flat earth brain cell destroyers. I mean hangouts is full of that, They're all like that. Is they're calling it blasphemy if you start trying to debate flat earth and stuff. No, we're not not hearing any of that, and ban you from rooms. There's
Well,
like 250 people watching and they're all like, they all have wrenches and they're all like agreeing about the same thing. It's like, oh, I thought everybody was going to get a wrench. You're not giving me one. So any one of those people that hate what I'm saying can randomly snipe me without me ever knowing what hit me, right? Nice room.
So, where do you think? Where's the insertion point? Where does how I don't understand. Well, I'm finding it hard to understand how the flat Earth model fits into the Christian narrative. Like
Well,
where?
me too, until I did some research and then I found out what the misconception was all about. But so I asked, and there's a couple of verses in the Bible that reflect to a circular shape. And they say of the circle of Earth, not the sphere, the circle, which would look like a circle if you were trying to envision it on a drawing, or
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So,
yeah.
so they take that and then they take and say that circle. Since they said the circle of the Earth, that means it's flat. And then they'll take another argument out of there and say four corners. Well, since it says it has the four corners of the Earth, then it must be a flat. So, and I'm saying, okay, so cognitive dissonance doesn't set in at all when you're using two different. You're telling me it's a circle and a square at the same time, and as long as either one of them say it's flat, you're fine with both. And that doesn't make sense to me.
It's like
Especially when I
whatever
know how
works.
hard it is to square a circle. Sorry, what did you say, Debbie? The theoretical mathematician in the room?
No, I'm just saying it's like it's whatever, they'll just throw any argument like crap out there on the wall and whatever sticks, that's the approach that they take. But
did anybody ever figure out how to square a circle yet?
It's a triangle.
Yeah, I'm still trying.
That's a bitch, man. I mean,
Yeah.
I know there's some serious math debates on. I mean, I think there was a close to a solution, right? I think Debbie would know that better than anybody.
I don't follow that kind of like math
right? But it's
stuff. I mean,
joke. I just meant it as a joke originally. Like, so which one is it, a square or a circle?
Yeah, but no, there's some real esoteric knowledge hidden within square and circle. I'm sure you guys know. I mean, I will.
Of course there is. Yeah.
I once made a connection. I don't know if you guys.
Well, no, my understanding is it can only be done as an iterative process.
And
I mean, unless they've uncovered something I don't know about in recent years.
Totally correct. That's right. That's why there's completely different stuff going on about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, there's no. The answer is no. It's not really possible.
Metric direct way to do it. Yeah, if I remember correctly. But
it's like a wave quantization system. It's like it doesn't exist on the other. You can't apply it.
Well, yeah, that's
like evens and odds.
The metaphorical thing. I mean, I'm sure you guys know. So I was making a reference to and I think you were Graham, that's a Freemason. That's
Mm-hmm.
that's where that comes from.
What's that? Say that again, because I can't. It seemed like you're fading in and out to me.
Oh, sorry. Squaring the circle is a reference to Freemasonry.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You're
Okay.
right. You're right. It is. Yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, the logo is the compass and the square, and the compass draws a circle, and the square draws a square.
That's exactly right. And so that was a great connection. You just threw it down together. It's funny that those are the things. You notice I always do that, Debbie. Like you throw me somebody's research papers, and I'll find the indiscrepancy that we were looking for in minutes before a lot of people can do it. And I don't even know how I can do it. And it's weird. It's like I just go straight to the problem or something.
Right. You're a fast scanner. You
And
somehow
I do that
know.
with, yeah, and I do that with those things too. Like, I'll pick out their particular arguments that I would think I would form together to make my argument against it. And it would have been that square and the circle. And how interesting that is that those are the two things that also show the masonry connection as well, like he pointed out to me, which I didn't even think about.
Grim, this is something I made this connection.
Not with my foreknowledge.
Yeah, that has a lot to do with it, sadly.
I've found a cool correlation. I can see your screen sharing, Grim. Would you be able to just do a quick Google image search for me? I think you might be interested in this. It's kind of cool. Do you know what the Vitruvian Man is? Have you ever heard of the Vitruvian Man? If you don't know it by name, 100% you'll know it when you type it in.
On YouTube or Google?
Oh, just Google images, just a Google image search, Vitruvian Man.
Vitruvian knowledge?
No, just man. Like M-A-N.
Isn't it weird that Pete Shea guy wrote in the text?
Square in the circle. Leonardo da Vinci.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also, yeah, that's good. That's really putting a correlation together that.
Yeah, there it is.
And then.
To box the man into a matrix.
And squaring the circle is a problem proposed by ancient geometers.
Yes.
It's the challenge of constructing a square with the same area as a given circle by using only a finite number of steps with the compass and straight edge. So this is their actual.
Oh, cool.
This is their actual one of their little block locks in logic. If we're thinking in these terms, we might not be able to figure out any of the stuff that they're trying to do, because we're trying to square the circle, when in fact Mother Nature doesn't do math. It's between different laws of force and motion that operate, and Mother Nature doesn't make straight lines. They're always, it's this mirrored basically and spiraled.
Well, it's double directed. It's double directed. Yeah.
Yeah. It goes out in both
done
directions.
It
doesn't go in one direction. No linear anything. So time wouldn't even fit in the construct of our physical reality as anything with attributes other than a tool we can use, to determine certain distances between things.
Well, I don't know it's been a while since I've researched it. I don't know the exact meanings of these things, but as far as I'm aware, a square usually in kind of symbolism represents the earth, or kind of the base level of something, whereas obviously a circle represents the whole, some kind of transcendence. I can't remember. I did do a bit of research into it. I can't remember the symbolic nature of it in named.
Yeah, that's what's putting the connections together, is the actual symbolic nature of it, like you're saying, not the actual putting out the math together. Because check it out, in 1882, the task was proven to be impossible as a consequence of the Weierstrass, theorem, which proves that pi is transcendental rather than algebraic irrational number, and blah 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 blah, polynomial blah 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 coefficients. But
that's
so
what I was saying.
So what I meant was they have us thinking in these terms, like particle physics and gravity without electromagnetism in space, and there's no answers to the mysterious questions we have because we can't put it together. Like our bioelectrical imprints about health and things like that, or pleomorphism, they give us all the wrong tools to use. So there's no, it's working out the solution is an impossibility. That's what I meant by, that's what maybe this is a symbol of. For
Yeah,
them
yeah.
to
Well,
keep us like this, stupid, unfixable.
well,
Well,
oh,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
That's just an idea. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, I would say, um, I mean, it depends. I mean, there are different schools of thought when it comes to Freemasonry and the nature of it, and whether you know, how far it goes back, and whether it's good or evil or a bit of both. And there's sort of like warring factions of Freemasons. You know, some trying to enlighten people, and some trying to bring people down. Um, but as far as I'm aware, it says that, you know, pi is a transcendental number. Um,
Yeah.
the square being kind of base consciousness or earthly, worldly things. I would say what it's trying to say is you're trying to bring, you know, the divine or the mysterious nature of the universe into the earthly plane, whatever that means.
Yeah, I mean, in more simple mathematical terms, it's what it's saying is because the square represents a rational number that can be expressed by, you know, the simple division of two integers, but pi is an irrational number with no repeating coefficients. There's no finite number of steps that can transmute one to the other, and that's just a mathematical fact. Okay,
Yeah, that
that's why.
the same thing, rational.
Yeah, in order to do it, you have to have an infinite number of steps to do it. Yeah, you have to reach the irrational, the way that an irrational number is formed, which is in an infinite number of iterations. That's why it. But I think what this article is trying to say is that because of that, they use it as a symbol for trying to achieve the impossible. That's what the symbolic nature of it is. It's a symbol for you're trying to do the impossible. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what it says right there too. The expression squaring the circle is sometimes used as a metaphor for trying to do the impossible.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I think we all have a pretty good idea about what that's probably showing us. Okay, and you were saying them trying to put a divine aspect to the globe, adding religion to it or something.
No, well, you know, like you said, the impossible, or maybe you could another term for that is, well, it's not another term for it, but kind of the general theme of, like, you know, divine nature and mystery, and you know, trying to understand the universe. It's very elusive, so it is kind of like impossible. It's like you're trying to reach some sort of, you know, I don't know, like godly knowledge, or I don't really know. I think you guys get.
Imagine the ancients actually knew more about the simplicity of nature and physics than we do today. And then imagine that there was a catastrophe, a planetary catastrophe. We lost our knowledge and power grids and stuff to a bunch of broken up survive as humans and kind of degressed and devolved a bit on the way out, being that this planetary catastrophe could have changed our electrical current and system all completely, like a lot of religions and stuff kind of point to Saturnalia and stuff like that, about how Saturn was their original sun and they call it their best sun and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so we might have had a different gravity, which would support the idea of these dinosaurs actually existing at that size, because we find problems with, you know, at the square, what's it called, the law of, you know, how much weight can be sustained on the density of particular bones, since we know that the bones are made out of, you know, relatively the same stuff as ours as well. And so we can kind of like use the inverse relationship from man and go up to dinosaur with it, and you know what I mean, and stuff like that, bone density, all that, and kind of give it the. We can understand that some of these animals were just way too big to be able to support their own weight, much less move around and function or eat or survive or anything, or fly or any of this kind of stuff in some cases. But with the idea that the gravity was less, then there's also understanding the bioelectric nature of everything, that a lot of other things got separated, like a lot of our higher brain functions, maybe some different DNA and everything like that. And we've kind of like devolved from a higher functioning man because of this electromagnetic disruption of being now a part of the sun for the past, whatever, 8,000, 12,000 years.
Mm. There, as you know, I agree that there's very strong possibility. This is part of the explanation for the way we see a difference in the approach to understanding things today versus thousands of years ago. But I was thinking just recently, there's another element to this too. In today's world, look, when you go to an institution of higher learning, they're mostly focused on your learning at a very specific, detailed level, so that you can build precision, detailed, designed things. Okay. Whereas thousands of years ago, they were more interested in the more basic, simplistic explanations about how things actually worked, what made them work in the natural world. Okay, so they spent in their institutions of learning 2,000 years ago. You know, they spent all this time looking more at a theoretical understanding of what was the real cause of things, and they came up with more simple ways to express things. But then again, they weren't interested in turning it into a very precise equation that could produce a very high precision thing. As soon as you start to put high precision on something, that's where you have to use approximations. And now you're getting away from what makes it work, okay? Because now you're having to be and you know how complex the world is. There are all these little forces and factors that if you're trying to predict something precisely, now you come up with equations that only work within a little given range of something, and the equations themselves don't tell you what's the real cause of something. They're only a very precise thing that works within a very small range of values. Design something. It's not meant to enhance your understanding of it. It's only meant to allow you to build things, okay?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, and I would agree with that. I think the people that lived, 2,000 years ago, maybe even further back than that, had a way of understanding things that was very different from the way we do that now, and also a very different way of transmitting information. That's why I've heard Grimm has talked about the Bible and the allegorical nature of it, and how it's all was it astrotheology, so that the stars and the gods relate to each other. It's not a literal translation, and in the same sense, that not only will you be able to decode cosmological information from a story, you also get some kind of moral dilemma or some kind of fable out of it, some lesson in values or principles, and that's
exactly.
That's how I see, especially when you look at kind of the Egyptian schools of knowledge. There would be, like, in one sentence, there would be 4 lessons hidden deep within it. And then at the same time, they would combine philosophy with science, with art, with music. It would all be kind of one subject that would mesh into a coherent whole, so that you would have an understanding of the big picture, like you said, rather than being kind of directed in kind of like this tunnel vision, or this funneled into minute.
Yeah, it's kind of like the commercialization of information. In other words, now it's not, somebody could tell you a fundamental fact, or they're looking at something on a fundamental level, but then the next person says, well, what does that tell me about the price of eggs? How can I turn this into something that can make money for me? It's that drive for commercialization of the very fundamental information itself that has taken us away from just the true value of really understanding what drives something, what's behind it in this universe, what makes it work, you know, to, well, what does that tell me about how I can build something, you know? And that's kind of what's gotten us off that track. Yeah.
I mean, just as a quick example, to go back to what we talked about before, the square and the circle, we all kind of decoded that together just with our understanding of, you know, general symbology and mathematics. And then when we had looked on the Wikipedia page, it was using the words that we used to describe it just off the top of our heads in free thought. Well, that's because we have an understanding of certain things.
Exactly.
And then, you know, from there you can draw correlations, and you can understand things without necessarily having a background in a certain subject. You know,
of course. Yeah.
Story
I mean,
of my life. Perfect example, though.
and we even see that played out here. If you don't use the exact words of the field, you get criticized for, well, that's word salad. They're not really trying to understand what it is you're trying to convey at a very basic level. If they really wanted to try to understand it, they would say, well, look, I don't understand the words you're using because you use another word, or they would show that they want to understand what you're saying, okay? But that's not the goal. It's like, a lot of the sciences now are clubs. They're official clubs. You're in the club or you're not. Language, you don't use exactly the phraseology they would use, then nothing you have is of any value. And this is not the way we as humans learn from each other over all those centuries and thousands of years. You know, it would be kind of like if you were talking to someone who only knew a foreign language, but they had a great idea, but you discounted them because you don't understand their language.
Yeah,
I mean, isn't it better to find a mutual language you can relate to? Yeah.
well, I was posted something in the term in the chat before. I guess this is kind of off track a little bit, but there's something called epistemological anarchism, and it doesn't really have anything to do with anarchy as a philosophy, but it's a way that you kind of look at science. And I've just got a description up here. It says epistemological anarchism is an epistemological theory advanced by Australian philosopher of science Paul Feyerabend, which holds that there are no useful and exception-free methodological rules governing the progress of science or the growth of knowledge. It holds that the idea of the operation of science by universal rules is unrealistic, pernicious, and detrimental to science itself. And I basically brought that up because he was saying, you know, that exactly what you said, that there are kind of like clubs now that the people could become part of, and there's a dominant, you know, mainstream idea, and everyone tends to gravitate towards the, you know, the authorities or the status. It's an appeal to authority, basically. And I guess
it's also a status thing. It's like, you're. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like if you're officially in, say, an academically recognized field, okay, now there's a status that goes with that. Natural tendency to like put anyone that would dare enter to the task. Okay, well, you got to pass our little rules first. You got to whatever. And a lot of those rules actually take away from the free thinking ability that you might have brought to the table, you know? Because what are rules? Rules are boundaries. You just put yourself in a box.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and then it's exactly what science shouldn't be.
Yes.
It should be boundless. There should be no.
Well, real science isn't. Yeah, I mean, to my way of thinking.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a lot of the stuff, the basic things that they teach, but just know that that's only one part of it. It's okay. It's good for so much. If you really want to, you know, touch the truth at a very fundamental level, you're probably going to have to go well beyond what they teach you in school today. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, good. I was muted. Good. I was munching.
Oh, okay.
Still munching. I gotta say, I like Plasma Cat.
I do too.
Plasma
It's
Cat's
pretty.
nice. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Everybody's been telling her that Avatar is top notch.
Debbie thought of me doing the name Plasma Cat because it's stronger than a fire.
Yeah, well, you know,
Yeah, I
it's got
told her fire
more
was
stuff
the
to it.
weakest. Yeah, I said fire is the weakest form of plasma. When you go for the full thing.
Yeah,
Full
kick it up
plasma.
a notch.
Gotta
Turn
go
stuff to
full
dust.
plasma.
I
Turn
did.
She went full plasma.
I'm much happier. Yeah, people used to could just come up with a bucket of water and put me out. I didn't like that.
I'm melting.
Nothing's worse than a wet, burnt cat.
Well, I'll tell you, this was a fun little hangout.
I'm sorry I didn't control myself, Grim, and I'm sorry
okay. I just didn't want to give.
cut the debate.
No,
I
you
never
just gave him an
control
excuse
myself.
to cut. Yeah, I knew he would.
Yeah.
He didn't cut the debate. He used it as an excuse because, you know, of course, it's
Well, I
obvious
could
that
just see it going
I was
on and
trying to
on and
control the
on.
situation, and he didn't give that any thought
Yeah.
either. You know, like
So it's
so it's
best
just
to
like,
give
oh,
them
no.
the rope to hang themselves.
Yeah, I
He did
should have
that.
shut up, and I couldn't.
Yeah, but he knew that all this. Yeah, because everything we just went over just totally
Yeah.
showed that he didn't know what he was talking about on every aspect. You know, I mean,
Well, it's just
that's
that
what's
picture
sad.
of the sun. I mean, to prove their point, the sun would be getting smaller and smaller. And just for him to be sitting there proving the earth is flat with a picture of the sun doing what around, it's sinking. It's doing what around earth would be.
I know.
It's just so frustrating,
I know.
His own example is proving the earth is round.
Yeah, that was the point. He takes one little small aspect of that he doesn't understand what's making it one way or the other. Doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he focuses on that rather than what's the bigger thing that this picture is telling you.
Yes, exactly. You're looking at the picture, and we've all seen a sunset. I mean, it's really cool. If you're out in the ocean, right before the sun, it flashes green. If you stare at it, right before it hits a certain point, it does this flash of green. It's really cool. But it sinks down. But that has nothing to do with, flat earth, round earth, or nothing. But we've all observed a sunset. We've all observed, we didn't see the sun just getting smaller and smaller and smaller. It would like fade off into looking like a star if it was
I
flat.
think one of the best arguments about sunsets was the one that Grim, you were saying right in the beginning. You observe it laying down flat, and then when you start, it's completely disappeared. Stand up, you'll see it again.
Mm-hmm. Oh, exactly, exactly.
It's
that
so
one
simple. Of your distance, and if distance was the factor, then you couldn't do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's just so elementary. I mean, little children would figure this out on their own. I mean, it's
like, you can watch the sunrise twice in one day, right? Watch it while standing up, and then lay down and watch it rise again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You couldn't do that on a flat earth, knucklehead, because it already came into view, right? It's moving in towards you. So how could you do that?
You couldn't do that. Yeah.
You couldn't.
So, I mean,
there you go.
simple.
But the thing is, guys, ladies, that's too complicated. So why are we even trying
that's too complicated.
Yeah, to stand up.
But focal pendulum is not. Okay. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, God.
No, I do the focal pendulum as a fun, just for the fun, because I like to hear them. I like to hear them tell me it spins backwards because they all repeat a lie, and I like to point it out. I like to point out that guess what? You're repeating a lie. Now let's go and see what the anomalies really were, and I'll walk them through.
In other words, by bringing that argument up, you're proving that they're getting their marching orders from somebody else. They're just repeating something someone said. Didn't check it out. Yeah.
Exactly right.
I just hate false reality. I mean, put on paper. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I should not be forced to believe a false reality. And that's what they do, you know? Just,
Well, let's face it too. They picked this psyop to be the most people think it's such a ridiculous thing that people are arguing about this. And they picked it for that reason, because they wanted to associate it with people who find other legitimate things that they're being lied to about, to belittle anyone that would question authority.
Yeah.
Because they link it to people who question the shape of the earth. Yeah. I mean, that's the bottom line. To the biggest reason for this psyop is to link it to all the other real issues. Ridiculous.
I can totally agree.
The real issue is there's control networks, control groups all over America, and that's the real issue. They're hidden all different places. I mean, I can even look in this chat behind the scenes that the people can't see. Pete Shea, the only thing he wrote when he popped in was Jesus' hidden hand. I mean, why did he write hidden hand when he came in?
I didn't even notice he'd written that.
I mean, I'm looking at it right now.
Probably off.
At 9:34 a.m. He wrote
Oh, you're
word.
right. Yes. Yeah. I see it. 10:34.
7:34.
So why do we need a hidden hand stuck in here? He needs to keep his hand in his own little pocket. We don't need his hand. His hand's not doing anything good for the world. What's he building? What's he creating? Who is he helping?
I'm just kidding. So the thing is it was obvious. He came in, he got his chance to argue his point.
Yeah, and I freaked out.
So it got a little bit frustrating for everybody. And you got frustrated probably because he tried to dance around in a circle after being completely cornered out of his, off of his, rocker. He's cornered. You're off kilter. You can't build a foundation with that. That's broken. I'm showing you.
You can't turn nonfiction into fiction.
And this is fiction. This isn't fiction.
Or fiction into nonfiction. I don't know what I mean, I just shouldn't even. There's no way I could go into one of those forums because, it shoot my blood pressure to the roof. I mean,
that's me. I get too frustrated for the future of humanity when I go in there. It's like, no, that's the biggest downer it is for me.
And that's what it's for.
Go there and I lose all hope. Yeah, it's like, oh my God, dude.
It's not going to help me in my life. It's not going to help anything. But it is destroying the people, the critical. I mean, there needs to be a massive critical thinkers. Independent critical thinkers. I mean, stay independent, but collaborate with each other.
How about just common sense thing?
Yeah.
This is not. You don't have to be critical thinker to get
basic
genius to figure this one out. Yeah.
And I can't even. You can't say logical, intelligent things when you get this emotional upset, and then that's why they do that too. you know, it's hard to argue such a thing when, because it puts you in an emotional plane where you're really not at your best. I mean, some people are more adapt to it than others, have gotten skill, but it's just, you're just running around in circles with them. You know, they don't, you know, I need to shut up.
They got you running around in circles.
I'm in circles now. The earth must be round. I'm in circles. I'm spinning, folks. I can feel it. Y'all can't feel it. I can feel it. It's round. We're spinning. It's a circle. Now, what do we do on this circle? Do we poison it or do we heal it? Do we destroy it? You know, what do we do on this wherever we are? That's the next step.
Well, let's face it, a lot of people go in there because they don't want to deal with the next step. That's why. Just keep them forever not having to figure out how to grow a garden with non-GMO food or whatever it is. Okay?
Well, that's true. If you can't figure out if it's round or flat, then you don't make the next step. I mean, you know, to your life. So that's a great way to sit on the couch and prop your feet up and,
Yeah, exactly.
you know, not get anything going. You're not helping your family. You're not helping your community. You're not helping your body because you're probably eating Cheetos and a Mountain Dew while you're bitching about flat earth, round earth, aren't you? You know, maybe a couple ho-hos. I mean, come on, let's be honest. You need a lot of energy to sit there and defend fiction.
So I was just looking in the chat, and A4 has said that the conspiracy-based mind frames makes people think everything is against them. Not a good way to live. What do you guys think?
Amen. Amen. Yeah. Well, okay, and you know, you brought up when you
Until
first
you do enough research and realize everything is fucking out to get you.
well, you know, Eve, you brought up when you first came in, what are all the causative factors why people on YouTube at least are flocking to this? And I say the biggest one of all is, remember, they've spent decades trying to isolate people. Okay. But the natural tendency of people is to be in groups. And so they know this, and that's why they use tactics like membership. You're part of the club. You finally found a group of people you can hang out with and all this. After we made you isolated, and now you're needing this more than ever, we offer you the group. Of course, it's a flat earth group, but here it is. Yeah. And they know the way people work. Yeah.
Yeah, they studied this.
Just to play devil's advocate.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
I said just to play devil's advocate. Who is they?
They. He said
I'm
that you're referring to the flat Earth cult. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you. Just
referred to as the flat Earth cult.
Mm-hmm.
They provide you the group, right? Or trying to make a broader point. I'm sorry, I'm on an exercise bike across the room.
No, yeah. Who's putting this lot of information out? Who is they? Who's trying to divide people?
Well, yeah, it has.
That run all the countries through proxy methods. Royal Ark Freemason, Jesuits, Scottish Rite. They all work in unison. They're not really separate teams.
No.
Chinese Shiners, all that shit. They're all working together. Yep. Putin's a Royal Ark Freemason. It's a prerequisite to be a KGB, right? So. Then they say the KGB tried to kill him. Come on, guys, really? KGB tried to kill him.
They missed. They were stormtroopers that day.
It's time to give up.
The only person they ever missed. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's just to remove him from that organization in the public eye, I'd say. So the public would be dumb enough to think, oh, see, KGB doesn't like him anymore. He's not part of that. He's now one of the outsiders. He's on the people's side. That's just a royal rope-a-dope. Pun intended. My book.
Yeah, they're saying you sound like a ghost in the chat because you're so distant from the mic.
I'm on an exercise bike.
Okay.
I'm pedaling my ass off. I got a Twinkie hanging from the bar in front of me.
That'll do it.
Oh my goodness.
We
Matt's
all have
asking,
our motivations.
I gotta throw this in. Matt's asking, are you on the crapper, bro?
Am I done speaking?
I'm sorry. I just had to repeat that one.
No, I'm not on the crapper.
Oh shit.
I swear I have seen some podcasts where somebody's voice trails off and they're still talking and you do hear certain sounds and you think they're talking from the bathroom. It's like, oh my God.
I don't embarrass easily.
Well, I think you know who I'm talking about. Somebody who was doing a lot of shows back in 2015.
People who fall asleep with the beer in their hand, zonked out, weird.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. People promoting injectable PC math and promoting that
Yeah.
face lady. Don't say her name.
Yep. Yepper.
Promoting fake millionaires who act like they're all held up in hotels, even though they own hotels.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Help me.
Not saying any names.
Hotel.
Not
Oh,
saying
by the
any
way,
names
yes,
though. Yeah. Right.
I can always have food delivered to me. There's free food everywhere, all over the place. And, excuse me.
Mhm.
Us veterans know about the bucket method.
I can't read the chat from here either, guys, so sorry. I can hear you though.
That's all right.
If there's anything I need to see, let me know.
They're
Can you read it to me?
coming to get us. Man the stations.
Man, the stations.
Fire the torpedo.
Well, that is one advantage after you've been on here long enough. There's nothing that makes you feel too much that way anymore. It's like you've seen it all. It's like, you know.
Don't say that type of shit. Knock, knock on wood. A triple porn bandit comes bombing in here.
Now it's just that, like, if you just want to say, is that your best shot? Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, say that
Well, that's the sad thing is they can't.
Say that while you're
Nothing.
sitting on your own bullseye channel. How about that? That all you got? Can't do shit to this channel.
Hit me with your best shot.
Skin. Just joking.
You know you're doing good when they're messing with you, grouping up, attacking.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. It is amazing. Yeah.
Who did Jammer Funk? Who is that? Dave told you that? He's like, that's when you're getting the most flack is when you're over the target.
That's right.
Yeah. Yep.
And you've been getting flack ever since you came on here. So
Thank you.
They don't like it when we're happy and work together. They don't like that at all. Oh, a good working group. Yeah, they get really mad.
I'm not going to repeat what Ed said in the chat.
Well, I've got to go look over there then.
Hey, Joe.
Yep. Yep, Requiem. You're absolutely right.
So, if you guys had to pick something that you think would be fundamental for people to understand, so like the most important topic of conversation right now, what would you say that is?
Well, okay. You mean in terms of what's most important for their lives right now? Because if it's
Yeah.
if it's their lives, we really got to get back on what's happening with the food and the medical profession. I mean, this is horrific what's going on.
Yes.
Yeah. Detrimental to the
Yeah.
It's never been more important to get out this information because this is World War III. They're not going to fire bullets. They're going to poison us. We're not going to live past 50.
They're already doing that. In the
And
numbers.
the children right out of the gate are being destroyed. I mean, if you're 5 years old and you have to have the vaccines to go into school, you'll immediately have asthma at the very least and brain damage.
And if you had nothing but GMOs to eat all your life.
Yes. Yeah. You can't do 1/10 of what a young boy could do just 50 years ago. I mean, the body, it's completely different. 90% of who you are is what you eat. And 90% of the American diet is pure poison, chemical waste is all it is. I mean, in a box. And you're trained to eat it. You see the commercials. I mean, we said it 100 times, how lethal the wheat, the glyphosate, but still, when I go into the grocery store, I see 20-year-olds that are at least 100 pounds overweight. And I've never seen that before.
You know what? That's funny because most of the time, when you're over in the organic section, the people who are over there spending their time really looking at everything are people like in their late 30s or 40s or older.
Yes.
You're right. The young, and that tells you right there. They're finding these things out too late. The sooner you can get this information is to the, especially parents, who are raising young children. Yeah.
Well, you want to build your foundation on good, healthy food. Now the children are built. You send your kid to school and the school lunch food, a dog wouldn't eat it. I mean, you're building your child on a foundation of it's sad. It really is. I mean, you can't even go into the damage that the glyphosate causes. The gut bacteria is so important for the brain.
Oh yeah. I was just going to say along those lines. I was going to say even before that, what about the formula that they're telling parents to use instead of natural breast milk, and also there's gut bacteria. I've heard there's a big problem with mothers having C-sections and what they call it now, but something to do with
they don't get that solution. Yeah, that from a natural birth that helps stimulate the immune system. You're right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that does mess up. There's a lot of things that mess up just a C-section that's so vital for a kid's immune system. I mean, passing through the birth canal, it makes immunity, and the breast milk makes immunity. And the first thing they do is give the kid a vaccine with aluminum, mercury, and formaldehyde in it. You know, that's going to destroy the immune system right when it pops out. And
Well,
you know,
want to wait for that. That's why they want pregnant women to have. They never used to recommend vaccines for pregnant women. Now, look what they've done.
Yeah.
well, I mean, it even started before then. I don't know if you've heard about some of the problems with, you know, the pill or the various types of contraception. There was some experiments done on women and their ability to choose a mate under the influence of contraception, and
Yes.
it actually it bypasses your natural ability to sense, or I don't know what you would call it, sniff out a compatible immune system. So, you know, women under the influence of contraception would mate with males that have weak immune systems, or immune systems that are gonna be weaker once passed on.
Wow, that's an interesting one. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's
They
no
found out that a lot of people were getting married, or you know, maybe moving in, or becoming whatever, some, you know, partners, and then as soon as they came off the contraception, some of the women would kind of be a bit confused and not have the same attachment to the male that they had before, and then you're finding that a lot of the time this was because of the contraception, that they were you know, their bodies were kind of confused by it, by the drugs in there, and then as
would
soon as
this be the contraception? Yeah, it's just the contraception techniques that rely heavily on changing your whole hormonal structure.
yeah,
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I
Changes
mean,
the way you think. It changes the way you think.
the hormones do have so much to do with it, and yeah, that's a definite aspect to be aware of.
Well, you know how to make a hormone.
How?
Don't pay her.
No, not that.
Back in the box. You tried to circle it, and then you can come out.
wasn't sneaking.
But yeah, one reaction releases thousands of chemicals in your body. You know, if somebody pisses you off, that split second, your body's flooded with freaking chemicals.
But here's the thing. This is the most major problem. All these direct assaults on health through all these different mechanisms. Yet it's the one thing that if people know about it, they can do something about it.
Yeah.
And that's why probably the most important thing you could be not just talking about and informing others about, but actually doing something about in your own life, you know. But a lot of times that's not popular because it means you have to get off your ass off the YouTube and you have to do stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
I found that a funny thing is, you know, you talk to people about changing the diets and, you know, healthier and things like that, and usually find that a common thing is, you know, I don't like the taste of this, or it tastes bland, or you know, similar excuses to that. And what I found is that once I started to eat healthy, my taste buds actually changed, and now when I go to, you know, eat, like, say, whatever it is, an ice cream or something, it's beyond sweet. You kind of get your sense buds get desensitized, so you kind of crave this sweeter taste, and then when you try something that is natural, you know, and has a natural inherent flavor, it just seems extra bland. So then it's hard for people to get out of that mind. I know it's kind of a really weak mindset, you know, it's because you eat you eat to fuel your body and your brain and you know, your daily activities. So I guess it depends on what you do, you know, food as, whether you do it as a fuel source, or as something to entertain you, or you know, make you happy.
Well, I've read studies that support what you're saying as far as cytotoxins and things like that. Sometimes your body's being tricked into thinking you like something that tastes good to you or something just because of the way it releases a particular kind of endorphin or something. It's a trick. Just like
Yeah.
with wheat and stuff that has actually an opiate
Effect.
transmitter that fits into your little opiate receptor that makes it think that it's like an opiate addiction. You need more. Oh my God. It's the same damn type
Yeah,
of
it triggers
receptor.
addiction. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I think it's what
good point.
term comfort foods.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Why does everyone need comfort in so much?
Yeah. And how does food make you comfortable? As far as like, unless you're like trying to relax on a squashed watermelon or something in the hot day, and that's nice and cool for a minute. No, but I know what you mean. I'm just trying to be funny with that. Couldn't can't win them all.
Yeah, that's something else I've noticed. I mean, it's very, I guess, useful to kind of look into. Like you said, the two biggest areas seem to tie in quite well: the medical industry and the food industry, or the meat or dairy or whatever agricultural industry. And it's interesting when you look at the ties between those two and how one kind of fixes the other. So if you have a healthy immune system, you don't need to rely on the medical industry so much.
That's right.
If you have a healthy gut microbiota, then there's no need to take antibiotics. And they've even linked. I think I can't remember what percentage exactly, but it was some ridiculously high amount, isn't it? Like 70% of the serotonin that your body produces is made in the gut, and that's one of those happy chemicals. One of the main happy chemicals. So if you're eating a diet like shit, you're gonna be depressed all the time. You're gonna be able to think clearly, and I think serotonin affects sleep and mood, and all sorts of different things. So yeah, it's interesting to tie those two together.
I mean, the other things that
All good points. Let
yeah.
me start by saying all good points, man. I appreciate your input today too. Oh, go ahead. I just don't say that enough to people when I should.
No, absolutely. Yes. You're making really good points, Eve. And the other thing about this is it's kind of like that analogy of when the house is on fire, you're going to talk about needing to replace the windows or something. You got to do first things first. I mean, there are lots of other things people need to be aware of too, but unless they're thinking well, their brain's in good working order, they can see through. It's like the rest of these things will eventually take care of themselves if you get humans back fully functioning again. And that is the most important thing we can do at this point.
Well, yeah, I mean, I had there was kind of a light bulb moment for this nurse that I was speaking to when I mentioned how your diet affects your thoughts and your brain function. I was in the hospital visiting a family member, and I said, I explained it in a really simplistic way, and I said that as you mentioned before, it's fuel. It's what allows your brain to work efficiently. And I said to this lady, I said, if you think about it, the food that you take in is what fuels your brain, and your brain is what fuels your thoughts. So if you're eating pizza all the time, the thoughts that you have are going to be the quality of pizza.
Another way to
like,
look at
I never thought about it like that.
Mm-hmm. Another way to look at it is remember the few times when you've been like really feeling sick. What's the first thing that happened? That's all you're thinking about is what you feel like. And one of the things that always happens if a decision needs to be made in the family, or if you got to think about, you put the authority of that to somebody else because you can't deal with it. And that's what they want. They want people who will, not understand they need to make decisions for themselves, and because would be decided for them by a state or whatever is not in their best interest. That's exactly what they want. They want you to give the authority to the authority, okay? And so if they make the whole population feeling kind of sickish, then they're going to be more likely to say, okay, you figure it out. Yeah, I can't make that decision. You figure it out.
That's true. And when you think about some of the highest most highly respected status figures or symbols in society, people will instantly go to doctor. People think of that as one of the authorities.
They're
That's,
just
when you think like
clinicians.
smart
Yeah.
person or someone to rely on, like instantly come, from your programming, you think doctor straight away.
Mhm.
You think that's someone I can absolutely rely on. This person's, in the medical care.
Well, it's one of the ways that they get away with talking people into ridiculous treatments. And if they were in full capacity of their mind at that moment, they might see through, well, or at least think to ask certain critical questions. But they're sick. I think it's best, dude. Fix me. You know what I'm saying? People don't think for themselves as much when they're not feeling well. Yeah.
I agree 127%.
Why not 128?
Are you so demanding? No.
No, it's just funny how you always.
Some arbitrary ass number. Can anybody see my screen?
We're in the jungle.
Ooh, I can see your screen. I like.
All right, that's my my other flower room there.
Ooh.
I wanted everybody to see that one. What's going on in here right now with this? On the left is Cinderella 99 and Warlock and Strain. And that
I
one,
just thought of that Day of the Triffids movie. It's like they're taking over, Grim. Look.
and then on the right is my KwaZulu Warlock strain.
Oh, it does look different. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's definitely more white.
White. Yeah, that's
it's all
impressive.
crystally. It's really not even white. That's just because the crystals reflect off of it.
Yeah.
So brightly.
Oh, cool.
It looks white.
Oh, catching the light.
And the hairs are actually white too. Whoops. I'll get a close up so you can see better that it's green.
Oh my God.
Really sparkling.
Yeah.
Sugar coat.
So are you going to test this today?
No, I'm still drying a little piece out. It's gonna take a few good days, and then I'm gonna let it cure for a little longer, a couple times, plastic bag it, and do this. But it's only because somebody's coming over who won't be able to test it, and even though it's premature, it's still better than anybody's smoke around here, even though it's still creamy.
Get the flavor.
Yeah, I mean it's so fucking dank. It smells like something you just wouldn't even expect. It's too fruity and stinky. It smells like a skunk and a bowl of Fruit Loops in the same bowl. Crazy.
Wow.
It's crazy.
It really makes you wonder the chemical combination. What the heck?
50-50.
I don't know if well, yeah, it seems like Grim, you're obviously a gardener.
Yeah, obviously. No, I'm serious. I got tomatoes and chickens and all kinds of shit out there in the yard.
Oh, cool.
This is just indoor stuff.
Something useful.
Oh, McDonald had a farm.
To bring it full circle back to what we were talking before about the immune system, and a little bit of information that I found was quite helpful, and that I'd never really thought about before when starting my own garden, or when I started my vegetable patch. And I was looking at how to keep pests and keep my plants from getting invaded by viruses and bacteria, etc.
Yeah.
And the one piece of advice this guy gave me that really seemed to make sense, he said, you actually don't need to do anything. He said the best defense mechanism is to have your plants have a healthy immune system.
Yeah, it is. In some cases, like in indoor gardening, though, we'll have to grow like a little like a decoy plant, so that if anything does get in there, they like to eat on the lesser lower plant. It'll be like some marigolds and stuff like that, and they won't even be good on those because it's like a repellent. And plus, it also the marigolds add extra nutrition to the soil as well. As they take particular things and feed opposing microbes. So it really is a good little, like, if when you're switching in to get more acidic, like when you go into budding, you go in, you switch for a little more acidic mixture, and that's when you really can utilize those secondary plant nutrients and stuff that come in from just the living plants of, you know.
Is that one of my friends told me about some sounds similar to what he said. He called them companion plants, and if you grow certain
Yeah.
plants next to each other, the nutrients feed off each other.
Yeah, and then that way you can grow shit that's like, you know, normally people can't figure out how do you grow your stuff so good. Like, you know, why do you get your color so rich, and how's all the fruity smell and flavor? Like, how do you get that? I do the same thing. I grow the same seeds as you. I do all the same shit, and then they don't get these big, giant head-sized colons and stuff.
You got a nice compliment on your stuff from Matt. He's really impressed with it. He says, he goes, "You are the king, Sir Grim."
Thank you, friend. Appreciate that. That's some good head-sized colons back there.
I don't know if you guys, just to bring it back again, but also kind of keep on topic. I mean, I guess there's a lot of new science coming out now about the cannabinoids and the endocannabinoid system and how it affects a lot of our physiology.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if any of you guys probably have, or maybe thought it yourself, heard about the theory that maybe at one point in our evolution, cannabis was an essential part of our diet, and that's why these cannabinoids are very crucial to our health. So now we're actually getting sick from not smoking weed.
Yeah, you know, and it's another funny thing is that there's for over 10,000 years, there's evidence of it being farmed, it cultivated. I mean, literally, like, you know, knowing the whole process, like, really 10,000 years? Because they told us they didn't even invent the wheel until, you know, it's like, yeah, they were cultivating cannabis 10,000 years ago. The Egyptians were, you know, processing tobacco and cocaine and using it 10,000 years ago. So
all facing the pyramids.
Well, I think one of the reasons
I caught a picture of a fucking this is right now while we were, oops, there he is. He's right there. You can't see him. All right, hold on. Oh, man. Are you kidding me? He's not visible. Oh, there he is. I got him. There was a hummingbird.
Yeah, I see him.
I got his ass. Couple times. Oh, good.
Was he trying to take of the plants?
No, he just, you know, taking advantage of about to repave one of these gates into the backyard. No, he's taking advantage of the I don't know. I forget what those are called, but whatever. There's some weird name little plant there. Sucking on it.
Yeah. That's cute. What are those red flowers?
You know, I don't know the names of all the trees and shit that we have in our yard here, but
that just seems unusual. Yeah.
That's the landlord's house. He lives right next door to us. Fortunately, really cool to have that sort of.
They're the ones who own the chickens, right?
Yep.
Those weird chickens, yeah.
We share a backyard and function that way. That's a cute little guy. Those silk chickens. Those crazy looking ones.
I know, those chickens look like real prize winners. They're very unusual.
She treats them like her little babies, just like little puppies, always with them, always, you know what I mean? Like, it's so funny. It's cute though. It's not like funny, laughable, but
Do they use them as egg layers? Are they using the eggs?
No, not those ones.
Oh, okay.
There's we got a couple pins in the back, and we scramble eggs out of those.
Mhm.
Literally. And one of the chickens got ate by the dog the other day. One
Oh,
of the
no.
dogs. Yeah, goodness. And I think it was all of the dogs kind of got a bite in on it afterwards, though. So it was like chicken feathers everywhere. All blown up area back there. It looked like a tornado came, just the lightning
Oh, no.
pow. Chicken feathers just evenly spread out throughout the whole yard, like static charge evenly.
Well, did like the chicken get out of the pen or whatever it was in? Yeah. Roost.
No, they're out all day free ranging on the yard.
Ah.
The dogs were not supervised.
Ah, okay.
And then one of the little ones just decided to be a bad little one and initiate the. And I'm like, don't be mad at the dog. That's their job.
Well, yeah,
They
that's just
literally
doing what comes
it's like
naturally.
saying-
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like saying you're in trouble, for like eating, That is saying that. What am I, stupid? That's like saying you're in trouble for eating. So yeah, but they didn't like waste it. They picked the feathers off and ate that sucker.
Oh, yeah. Usually by the time you discover something like that, all that's left is feathers. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even get to say goodbye.
Yeah, well, you'll see him one more time when you clean up the dog shit. Oh,
God.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was trying too soon. No, because I'm the one who has to, you know what I'm saying? You get the,
Want us to clean it up.
I know, because the dogs never shit on their own side of the yard, ever. They're like, always when you're going to shit over here by where I'm at.
That's another thing dogs do naturally.
Shit away from their house, shit near my house. I'm like, come on, man. Come on. Come on. Come on, son.
They don't recognize territorial lines.
Oh, yeah, they do. I went out there and peed a line in the grass, and they won't come across it with their poops anymore.
Well, that's a little different.
I told them what I was doing, too. And shit over here again. I'll piss all over you.
I can
Oh, yeah.
I can see you are gonna get these guys.
You know how you get them good? You eat about 7 vitamin C's, those 500 milligram chewables.
Oh.
And then your pee is like really dark and horrible smelling. You can really get it to them. I'm totally kidding. If anybody's curious.
I can imagine they're getting an interesting visual right now.
Yeah, I'm out there. Every time a sirens go by, I'm out there with the dogs because that's what they're doing. They start howling at all this stuff.
Hey guys,
How's it going, Ed?
Oh, Ed, you're back.
I had a quick question. I got to be going to bed here soon. I got somebody interested about Thunderbolt's project. Is there like a single video that kind of, will best prove at least a physical Earth, or you know what I mean, a spherical?
Specifically spherical?
Yeah, they don't have to prove that the Earth is spherical. They're on much deeper levels of. So I don't know if that's even one of their objectives, is to try to prove the Earth is spherical. I mean, they show other planets and shit too. I mean, I don't know.
That's what I was wondering.
That's the channel where you go and study about plasma physics, not like flat Earth arguments. It's so far advanced, from that.
I mean, in general, Ed, if they really want to dig into it, I always recommend that they go to Thunderbolt's website and pick up the free book first. But now some people are different. They want to watch videos, but it's just that it arms you with more of the details right out the door, so that then when you go look at the videos, you know what you're looking at. Yeah.
That video, I believe it's from YouTube that Grim showed earlier, where they have the camera and then it's looking in the telescope and you can see the curvature of the Earth, on the body of water. Which one was that?
Here, I'll give you that link real quick.
Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, because I got somebody who responded when I reshared Grim's Hangout when he started. And he's like, oh, this is too complicated. I don't even want to get into it. And I'm like, I don't think it's as complicated as you would think. I was like, check out Thunderbolt's project. I was like, what I was told is once you get the basic physics down of how the electric universe works, it'll make sense to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing you have to learn is about plasma and Berkman currents, and that's, like I said, once you have that, you're armed with that mechanism, then you'll be able to follow any video on the channel. And like I said, the best source of that is they give you a free, I forget the author's name that wrote the book that's the first level that's free right on the Thunderbolts website. Okay. And if you download that and just read through that, at least part of it, and then start looking at the videos, it'll make sense the fastest. Yeah.
Is it the first 3 books you said? It's going to be Berkling Currents and what else?
Well, yeah, I think it's just called The Electric Sky or something, the book. But you can download the PDF right from Thunderbolt's website.
Okay, I'll let them know about it.
Yeah.
Did you send the link, Grim, in the chat?
Yeah, both chats. The one to the Flat Earth Experiment Telescope. That's what it's called.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to pop out of here so I can get those links.
Take care, bro.
All right, thanks for the info, guys. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
You betcha.
Yeah. You, Ed.
All right, bye-bye.
In fact, if you're still listening, Ed, I'll go to the website and find that page where you can download that.
The best thing to do is just send them straight to the Thunderbolts Project playlist to just say, have fun. Good night. It's entertaining for a year if you space it out right. You got a lot of information that, and a lot of times people don't realize this, but a lot of what they do at like Space News and stuff is they're actually giving quotes from your appeal to authorities that are saying things that blow the lid off of physics. It's not like they're the ones quoting all this shit all the time. They're telling you, they're quoting other people who are actually, you know what I mean? Like,
right. Well, and the first thing you learn, which is different than what some of the other channels that like to badmouth them, the first thing you learn is that there is no consensus in establishment physics. Yeah.
And then the first thing you hear from people is, well, oh, you're going against science. It's like, oh, excuse me. Scientists said this. You're going, also all scientists agree that this is like this, and then you just come along and say this. It's like all scientists don't agree on anything. Usually. You know what I mean? Like there's very little.
It's amazing the multiplicity of theories that are out there, and they're not consistent with each other. That's the point. Yeah.
So yeah.
But if all you do is listen to PBS specials, they think there's a consensus. Exactly.
Yeah. Time magazine or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Another black hole found. Really?
Yeah, here's a good page. I'll put this page
just look at it
in the chat.
Right spot right there? That's a black hole. I like when Crothers does that. You see that dot right there? That bright spot? That's a black hole. You see that blank spot with a bunch of light coming out of the middle of it? That's a black hole too. Even though there's no escape speed for light, so I don't know what that's doing there. It's just that's how we found it though. It was just had a flashlight going into it or something. You know, it's like, what are you doing? It's a flashlight.
Amazing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. What a morning. I wasted a lot of this morning messing around online.
They
That's
just
okay, though.
put it.
I took care of all my gardening things and everything I had to take care of all night long. Yeah, I've been doing that all night. Got all my, you know, Azamax drenched on the roots and all that fun stuff. So
Feels good to be caught up.
I fight parasites with fungus and other bacteria. Natural against natural.
Yeah, that's because you know how things work naturally. Somebody just put in the chat.
Fungus gnats.
I'm not familiar with this effect. Observations of the Eötvös effect he says is the best proof that is done on Earth that can and has been replicated many times that shows evidence of both spin and spherical shape.
Uh-huh. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but it rings a bell to me too.
Yeah.
Did I say I? Go ahead and
Wiki,
yeah, read the wiki on that, and while I'm looking, sorry I didn't like jump right in with you on it. I'm still kind of. You know how when you start looking at something through your computer and you see 5,000 files in front of you, then you forget what you were looking for, and like, oh my goodness, I was just looking for that. What was it? Oh yeah. Well, here I am.
Okay, let's see what Wiki says about this. The Eötvös effect is the change in perceived gravitational force by the change in centrifugal acceleration resulting from eastbound or westbound velocity. When moving eastbound, the object's angular velocity is increased in addition to the Earth's rotation, and thus the centrifugal force also increases, causing a perceived reduction in gravitational force.
That's basically the exact parameters of a Foucault's pendulum.
I was just going to say that's what.
Yeah, he's describing what the Foucault pendulum does, I think.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Thank you, but yeah, that's good. Very good point. I use the same argument all day long today. Great minds of Minolta. Birds of a feather.
Like I told you the other day, I'm beginning to just associate that song with your shows because you play it so often.
Right. It is. It's spring tension, but it's the same effects. That's the same reason why the Foucault pendulum actually rotates, because of the spin. It's just another method. If you look under Foucault pendulum, you look under other various methods, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Well, I know you've looked into that enough. I trust what you say on it. Yeah.
Well, never do that. I always need checks and balances too, everybody. Now, but you know, just from listening to the amount that I did listen to, you did describe the same, you know, the same effect, centripetal motion, all of that. Many physical systems
again, there's so many
in similar manner to a Foucault pendulum. As early as 1836, the Scottish mathematician Edward Sang contrived and explained the precession of a spinning top. In 1851, Charles Wheatstone described an apparatus that consists of a vibrating spring that is mounted on top of a disc so that it makes a fixed angle with the disc. That's what he's talking about, right? The spring is just stuck so that it oscillates in a plane. When the disc is turned, the plane of oscillation changes just like the one of a Foucault pendulum at latitude cosine. Sine. Similar considered a non-springing perfectly balanced bicycle wheel mounted on a disc so that its axis of rotation makes an angle cosine with the disk. Stuff like that.
I'm zoning out at this point.
That's how I was last night, but I was on a wine cooler.
I'm sorry, when I say cosine, I meant phi, excuse me.
Say again?
Correcting myself with the cosine, phi, I meant.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes more sense now. But very good point, though. It's another good, description of a way that the spin is being detected and ignored by flat Earth. When they say, oh, they have this whole argument against the pendulum, right? And I'm waiting for, I don't want to give it away, but I am. I just did, basically. I'm waiting for them to, to bring their best one, because then I've got these 12 other related physical systems that also show the spin of the Earth that I want them to try and beat up then that also work. And they don't have pendulums, and they're not swinging from miles of, you know what I mean? All your shit is blown up.
He's one of these agnostic earthers. He said he doesn't think the Earth is a globe.
Oh, that's really a flat earther in disguise.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, that's what they are. Yeah.
I had to laugh the first time I saw someone use that expression. Well, I'm agnostic on it.
It's a hallucination, people.
Yeah. Start talking about how, well, the Foucault pendulum needs to be a precision instrument if it's going to be doing this and that, as if it isn't, you know what I mean? As if they're saying something. It's like, yeah, and water's wet. Yeah, and it is a precision instrument. Imagine that. Yeah, someone machined it with precise measurement to make sure already.
An infinite inverse universe? What the heck is an infinite inverse universe?
It's word salad.
We're allowed to use that phrase too.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody else can use it, that's what it is. An infinite inverse, it's inverse, really? That's just word salad.
Inverse of what?
Yeah, inverse.
You can go in forever.
That's not what inverse means.
Oh. What's inverse?
It's what it's supposed to mean. Infinite inverse, but inverse of what? Inverse who?
It doesn't have any. It has no meaning unless you say what it is the inverse of. Yeah.
Exactly. It's like dividing by zero. Dividing by zero.
See. Bam. There's your answer.
It's like saying space is a fabric. Space and time is like a sheet of a blanket that the planet sits on. All right. What about the other side of the blanket? How does it work on there then? How does it work on both sides?
Another dimension.
Inverse of the geocentric model. What is the inverse of the geocentric model?
The opposite.
I mean, the geocentric model is just a particular. Does it have a direct inverse from a mathematical perspective? Is there a direct inverse? I don't think there is.
Not at all.
Hollow Earth?
That's why it's an irrational concept.
Yeah.
You're going to take the model and try to fold it in on upside down on itself?
Yeah.
Well, then you're just ad hocing.
You can't just go around screaming they told us the opposite of everything, and yeah, it doesn't work that way.
You can scream it all day, but I'm not here.
Oh man.
Guess what, people? We don't know what it is. We really don't. We'll find out when we're dead. We'll talk about it then.
Who doesn't know?
We don't know.
We who don't know what?
We don't know nothing.
Who? We?
That sounds
You got
like
a
an
mouse in your
RJM
pocket?
comment.
All of us.
No, you got a mouse in your pocket because you ain't talking about me, sweetheart.
You don't. Nobody knows nothing. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Nobody knows nothing.
Yes. Everybody knows
Everybody
nothing.
knows something. Yeah, I think.
No, it's not, nothing's
Okay,
known.
so what he means by that is he's saying it's a shell. We're on the inside, but it's infinite going inwards.
Cool.
Well, I mean, I
So
would
how does
say
it have a? If it's infinite going out inwards, then how does it have an outside layer? It would be infinite.
Yeah.
Well,
It
yeah,
would
you
have
can't
to be.
say
You can't use
there's
the word
an
infinite.
inside
You can have
unless
a
there's an
boundary.
outside, too.
You can't put someone
A one
inside of-
direction infinite.
because obviously it has a containing wall. It's separated
Yeah.
outside from something.
Well,
So-
you can't even conceptualize what infinite is to begin with. So it's like talking in infinites is practically useless anyway.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
You know, and that's a very good
okay.
point because a lot of times you hear in journals and shit that supports dogmatic theories is they'll say a near infinite this or a near infinite. It's like, wait a minute. How do you get near infinites?
A
I
really
get
far
near
away
infinity.
place.
Close to
Yeah,
infinity.
mathematics.
A
Those-
really big number.
No, there is no finite number that's any more near infinity than any other finite number. That's just a mathematical fact.
It's like, yeah, 2 is closer to infinity than 1.
No, but it isn't. That's
No.
the
I
point.
know,
yeah.
I know, but I'm saying in the logic being used,
I know. Exactly.
yeah.
That's funny. I'm a little bit close to the.
And as a childish approach, you might see how that could work at first until you realize what infinite means.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's like,
So
yeah,
any
2 is
point
closer
you
to
are-
10, but it's not closer to infinite because infinite
No,
Yeah.
is infinite.
because you can prove that what's left is the same in both cases.
Yeah.
Exactly. You can find a one-to-one and onto correspondence between what's left in the first case and what's left in the second case to show they're homeomorphically equal.
That's right. And that's why I said a shell going inwards could not possibly be infinite anything because one side
Yeah.
is already blocked.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So you have a
So that's your
continuum.
1 and your 2 right there.
It may be the nature of what we call space, that if you find any position or location in space, it's infinite going in at every point. So what does that tell you? I mean, it doesn't say there's anything special. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No.
Anywhere you are.
No.
We'll beat you till you understand it.
I don't think it's infinite until it actually decides to be infinite once it's needed. It's a particular size.
It almost sounds like
It's like a bomb. If it needs to be
It's
big,
not a
it will
shower, it's a
be.
grower. You know?
this until you say it. I think I've heard this one before.
It's not a shower, it's a grower. So, you know, whenever it's needed, it will extend to infinite size
It matters how big its ego is.
over time.
Ireland.
But in the beginning,
Ireland saying that the center of the sphere is infinite as if it's the only point that's infinite. What if every point inside there is infinite?
what about the moon?
Technically
What about
speaking.
other spheres? What about all the other stuff?
And the space between 2 points is always infinite, no matter
That's
how close they're together. If
That's
they're
what my point. Yeah, it could be that this universe is unbelievably dense.
dense.
I know that the Flat Earth Society and the Flat Earth group is unbelievably dense, but that's
Yeah.
a good one.
Everything is dense.
I'm glad how quickly you picked up on an alternate definition of that term.
I can't help it. It's not the guns up in this son of a guns.
But did you guys know apparently there are different types of infinity?
Yeah, countable, uncountable, and there's different levels of uncountable.
I was gonna say more than types, but subtypes and subdivisions and all kinds of funny stuff going on with infinity.
Yeah, in topology, it's called cardinal number.
It's infinity.
Yeah, it's called cardinal. It's the cardinal order or cardinal number of the infinity. Yeah.
When you're on 2D on a z-axis, that means you're 3D, dude. You have 3 axes.
Yeah. As soon as you bring in the z-axis, you wouldn't even
XYZ,
bring it
right?
in unless, yeah.
If we're using the correct
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So yeah, Z is the third axis. That's your dimension. That's your forward and backward. You know, so that's 3 dimensions, man. I mean, everything's 3 dimensions. It's that fourth and fifth and 12th and ninth.
Oh my God,
That's just
Grim,
baloney.
that's the next big psyop. I can see it coming. We really live in a 2D world. They've been lying to you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Oh my God, you're right.
I can
You're
see
right,
it coming. Yeah.
They've been trying to get us to do that. Just look at a piece
Oh,
of paper,
it's easy for
black
a
and
kid that's
white.
grown up on a computer to think he lives in a
Yeah,
2D
to
world,
think
isn't
that
it?
way. Real easy.
Let's
Yeah.
see if we predicted this right. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but I bet.
We
Good
need to
prediction.
write some good psyops for them so it'll be more interesting for us.
Right, psyops to look out for in the future.
Yeah. We'll give
Two-dimensional
them a list.
realities.
Yeah.
Cancer cells save people. Cancer cells created or vaccines created by cancer cells will, you know, save you or shit like that. Save you from cancer. Okay, injecting cancer into you will save you from cancer. Okay, it's like injecting bleach into you will save you from bleach being injected into you. It really doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, that is exactly the philosophy behind a vaccine.
I know.
Well, to cure you from cancer, they inject you with chemo, poison.
Oh, it's don't take it personal, Ireland. I'm not really listening or can't really understand exactly.
Yeah, we're
your
kind of
meaning.
chilling. We're chilling out right now. We've been on for hours, so you will have to.
We're in a state of delirium.
I'm not trying to say that's what you're saying or any of that. We're just saying that because we're on the same page with what we understand. So when we go with our inside jokes about things that are up to come, we understand them and we do think they're funny. And there is a lot of thought and wittiness to the idea that we're actually expressing as humor. So it's not really against you. It's against the idea of the ironic silliness of some of the things that we've already seen come to pass, that we've predicted that will come. So like I'm saying right now with the cancer vaccine and, you know, flat earth, psyop, all this kind of stuff. You know, this was all known it was coming. We could smell the rash. You could smell the infection. You know,
The
we
buildup.
had our friggin' ear in our pulse. We've got our finger on the pulse of, you know, the internet. We know the top arguments to a lot of the most unknown secrets of the world. Like we're really right there. We're talking
Well, you
about
see,
Negalese and the vaccines, and we're talking about, you know, the world internal affairs of or dimensions of world affairs, and you know things on levels that go way beyond is the round Earth round or not.
it's
So
what they attack is where we learn what they don't, what subjects they don't like.
And that's what's so depressing about 2017. You know, back in 2015, everybody was talking more leading edge on stuff, and now all we're talking about is this.
Yep. Flat Earth constantly.
I mean, when you Google it, it says right there, a Jesuit psyop. I mean, just Google flat Earth.
And by the way, the theory of relativity is the 2D 3-dimensional disk model. Or 3D disk model, excuse me. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the same shit, basically, almost.
But I mean, yeah.
Except with the Z
but
axis.
some of those other theories, they talk about a predominance of 2D, but they don't say it's 2D. They just say that due to the nature of the forces involved, you're getting most of your dimension of like a galaxy, and you got a much smaller height to it, you know, that kind of thing.
Yep. So,
Ireland says he's always thought flat Earth was a psyops.
Yeah. Good deal. So what I want to do here is cut it off because I'm getting a little bit hungry and stuff like that. So I don't want to neglect myself. I just did ride the bike for about a half an hour while we were talking. So I'm gonna grab a shower too, all that fun stuff. You know, get back to reality. Get out of the internet for a minute.
Sounds like a plan.
Get some oxygen in my blood. Get away from this Wi-Fi and all that fun stuff for a while.
Yes.
So Thank you. I mean, I really had a great time talking with everybody today.
Yeah, I enjoyed myself. I'm sorry I didn't control it, but yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard to do. Trust me.
Yeah, it's really hard to do.
I know.
I wasn't able to do it. I'll
Preaching to
try
the
harder.
choir on that one.
That's why there's a mute button.
Hey, you know it's bad if I'm telling you to calm down, right?
Yeah.
Holy smoke.
Yeah. But that's why I've stayed away from it.
Matt. Oh
Uh,
God, you caught me. The Shaolin, the mask caught me with the munchies. Ireland Vaughn, it was nice talking to you. Sorry, we kind of got confused, or it seemed like we were kind of gunning on you. It's not you. We've shook down those arguments already, the 2D model arguments, all that kind of stuff. So we're kind of it's at the model, it isn't at you.
cynical.
Yeah, none of that's at you, bro. Most of the
Yeah.
stuff that goes on is not at anyone particular. Even when I'm talking shit about religion and shit, it's not about
Yeah.
the actual people that are following the religion. It's just about the religion. I mean, I don't know you personally, and I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? Like, I don't make judgments like that unless we've already had engagements and stuff, and I can make a judgment.
Yeah, we don't need to believe everything together. We can still have a good conversation with each other. And that's what we need to learn. That, you know, all the subjects we don't need to meet on completely, but we can discuss some subjects and we can learn from each other. That's what we're here for. There's, you know.
You see how people like Mila, Piles, Pluto, whatever. Oh God, stupid. He's sitting there talking about he's done with us sheeps because we think the sun is 93 million bullshits away.
Oh, I had several people, lately quit following me because of that. It's like,
and you know what I'm like,
God.
what's your evidence that it's not 93 million miles away? Oh, because you see that reflection on the on that NASA picture, that because you don't trust NASA, but now all of a sudden there's a reflection of the sun that they can manipulate and misrepresent because there's land behind there. So the reflection isn't skimming all the way across the globe. It's only brightening that one spot. Well, that's because there's land behind that bright spot. So it isn't going to reflect like it is reflecting on the bright spot. And it's a huge misrepresentation of what they're looking at. But it's a, watch the hand trick. It's, you know what I mean? It's sleight of hand is what it is.
Yeah.
Sleight of eye. It's kind of,
keep you confused and guessing. And yeah, if you don't know what to believe in, you can't believe in yourself, and then you can't create the world that you want your children and grandchildren to live in.
plus there's an incredible amount of proven research that can help you get to the idea of why the sun is where it is and why that all makes sense. So,
besides which, does it make sense because one person thinks it might be one distance and another person thinks it might be another distance, to say, like, we can't talk about anything anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how ridiculous.
We can't be friends. Yeah.
Yeah. If someone's encouraging you to take that strong a stance against other people, then you got to figure they want you isolated.
That's gaslighting. This is all a big gaslighting party, people. There's paid professionals that are experts in this, and it happens. It's called gaslighting. And if you fall for it, you really need to learn defenses. If you're in here and you don't know this exists, you need to study it before you come back. And people take control over you, and they'll destroy your life. They're perfectly capable of psychologically gaslighting you to where your real life gets destroyed. And they're experts. They've studied human behavior. They have it down packed. They have a system. It's the playbook, and they use it over and over and over through the eons. And here we are. It's a new form. This internet steps it up, You know, the same techniques they use in real life, they use in here. It's a little bit different, but it's apparently more effective because of the large group of flat earthers. You know, they're able to really and truly just completely take control. And these people don't have control over their mind anymore. It's really sad. And now they're attacking other people. They're isolated. They're right where these people want them to be. And yeah, it's no good at all.
I couldn't agree more.
Can you guys, and I'm sure you can imagine the immense power that intelligence agencies have from all the, you know, the big data that they can collect from everyone's Google searches down to you know, sending a text message to one of your family members, you know, all your deepest fears, all your likes, your dislikes, you know, everything about your personality. You could easily just deconstruct that and look for patterns and, you know, things that will
Yes.
break you psychologically. Like with that amount of power, it's really not that hard.
That's what we've been saying
If you're a targeted individual, yes.
I mean, you could
also you could be just anybody. What it is, like he's trying. I think what he's saying there is that they're able to predict the move of the public and know more about you than you know about you by knowing all about everything that happened to the social, you know, construct of what produced you.
Yes.
So not just you, but the complete averages of what you and everyone around you is going to be doing in 5 minutes from now.
Where they predict it. Yeah.
What they're
they
gonna
know how to push your buttons.
charge car, what porn they watch, what they're, you know, everything about you is digitally signed and it's you. Especially now you got to use if you're using Microsoft or something like that, you know, everything you use signed onto your computer. It doesn't matter that you're trying to dance around with you know, VPNs and shit. It's signed on to you. So no matter what, I mean, it still goes back to, you know, you're not getting away with, especially like Windows 10 and things like that. If you're dumb enough to be using that thing, sorry, but I don't mean it like, I'm just saying, if you haven't done the research or if you have done the research and you just blew it off, then you're dumb enough. But if you haven't done the research, then I'm not blaming you, but I'm just saying, you know, they took control of adding, you know, programs and things onto your computer. You can't take them off. You can't stop the updates from happening. You can't stop the, you know, telemetry, malware, all that kind of stuff. So,
well, one thing they do hate is unpredictable people, though. They really go after the unpredictable people because they kind of got people in a certain set of behavior. But yeah, it's the unpredictable people they don't like.
And on that note, I want to, and I agree, and I just want to say thanks everybody once again for hanging out. And I really do got to cut the broadcast. I'll let the hangout go, but not the broadcast because I'm not going to be here to check and shit. And I already got that link out all over the place and all that. So
sounds like a plan.
Debbie, thank you. Firecat, thank you. Yves, thank you. Appreciate everything.
Yeah, it was an interesting show today.
And there's thanks to the flat earth arguer, Dodo Bird. Yeah. You know, that is so funny. He didn't know, but I was like, flat earth will go the way of the dodo bird. Just right.
Yeah, he didn't pick up on that.
Yeah, he did. So good. All right, everybody.